As the mayor of the town of Clayton, I'd like to call this regular town council meeting to order. Ask you to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let us pray. Most gracious and heavenly Father, we pause to give you thanks for the many blessings of this day. And we ask, Lord, now that you be with us as we proceed with the business for the town of Clayton. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Are there any adjustments to the agenda?
Minor clarification, Mr. Mayor. We have a staff member that's under the weather, so item 8A will be covered by Joshua Baird, and item 9B will be covered by Jonathan Ham.
All right. Any others?
Mr. Mayor, I am recusing myself from agenda items 6A, 6B, 8A, and 9C. They are all related to an application that lists my employer as an applicant.
All right, I have those noted. Are there any others? All right. Hearing none, then I will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as presented with those modifications.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Well, motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Up next is your consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. All right, up next under administrative items will be the Clayton for You.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Tonight we get to bring to you 2 episodes of Clayton for You due to that inclement weather we had 2 weeks ago. We hope you'll enjoy them. One is on fire lanes and the other is the history of the Clayton Center.
Cool.
Welcome back to Clayton for You. Today we're talking about something you've probably seen and even been tempted to do yourself. Parking in a fire lane just for a minute. But those signs and markings aren't just a suggestion, and parking there can have real consequences.
When you park your vehicle in the fire lane, it does a few things for the fire department. It delays our response and our ability to mitigate incidents and when seconds matter. 2 is that what you thought was going to be a quick in and out now turns into a long event for you because we blocked you with our fire apparatus. And 3, one that's on every fireman's bucket list, it is our ability to be able to deploy hose through your car because you've blocked access to a fire hydrant or access to the fire department connection. Okay, so quick review. So when is it okay to park in the fire lane? When you're in a hurry and you'll just be a minute? Nope. When it's raining outside and you forgot your umbrella? That doesn't work either. How about when you're the fire chief and you're on your department assigned vehicle? Nope, not even I can park in the fire lane. It's only okay to park in the fire lane when you're on an emergency vehicle at the scene of an emergency and you're with fire, police, or EMS.
So remember, fire lanes must stay clear at all times. Parking somewhere else keeps your vehicle and our community safe. Thanks for watching this episode of Clayton for You. Welcome back to Clayton for You. Today, in this episode of Clayton for You, we're taking a look back at the history of the Clayton Center, one of Clayton's most iconic and versatile downtown buildings. The Clayton Center is a performing arts venue, a conference center, and home to the town government offices. But it hasn't always been that way.
The building first opened in 1916 as Clayton High School. Later, it became Clayton Elementary, serving students for nearly 75 years before it closed in 1997. For several years, the building sat empty and in disrepair until a group of residents took action. They formed the Clayton Cultural Arts Foundation and partnered with the town to save the property from demolition. The transformation was incredible. The auditorium, with its original CHS seat frames, became a 600-seat performing arts space. The former gym is now the town's council chambers, and the old classrooms serve as office space and meeting rooms. Opening night was New Year's Eve 2002, and the first town council meeting in the renovated chamber took place just days later, on January 6, 2003. Today, the Cultural Arts Department runs the show by overseeing event rentals and bringing in a variety of shows and performers from all around the world to light up the auditorium stage. It's truly a space for everyone.
So next time you're in downtown Clayton, stop by to see how history and community come together at the Clayton Center. View upcoming shows and purchase tickets at theclaytoncenter.com. In this episode of Clayton.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Up next on our introduction and special presentation will be the Government Communications Day proclamation. And I'd like to give the floor now to Councilmember Casey to present to the Communication and the Outreach Department.
Thank you, Mayor. Town of Clayton Proclamation Government Communicators Day. Whereas Government Communicators Day was first celebrated in North Carolina on February the 24th, 2024, and is now nationally observed on the third Friday of February. And whereas the role of government communications professionals is to inform, educate, and engage their communities. And whereas robust communication in government creates a trust and inspires residents to take action and to be involved. And whereas government communications create relationships and calls to action to build awareness and understanding through storytelling, engage and foster engagement on civic issues, and use all channels to include people in critical decisions. And whereas it is essential to have strong communications in government because it is a foundational element of living in a democracy where citizens have their freedom to make their voice be heard. Now, therefore, on behalf of the Clayton Town Council, we hereby proclaim February the 20th, 2026 as Government Communicators Day in Clayton and commend its observance to all citizens. Proclaimed by the Clayton Town Council this day, 16th of February 2026, signed Jody McLeod. And I guess now we want to get the public information team together for a photo.
Yeah, I was like, who's going to take the picture?
We made a bargain. Everybody ready? All right, good.
And next up will be the Engineers Week proclamation, and I'd like to give the floor to Councilmember Underwood.
Town of Clayton Proclamation Engineers Week. Whereas engineers use their scientific and technical knowledge and skills in creative and innovative ways to fulfill society's needs. And whereas engineers face the major technological challenges of our time, from rebuilding towns devastated by natural disaster, cleaning up the environment, and assuring safe, clean, and efficient sources of energy, to designing information systems that will speed our country into the future. And whereas engineers are encouraging our young math and science students to realize the practical power of their knowledge. And whereas we will look more than ever to engineers and their knowledge and skills to meet the challenges of the 21st century. Now, therefore, on behalf of the Clayton Town Council, we hereby proclaim February 22nd through 28th, 2026, be recognized as Engineers Week. Proclaimed by the Clayton Town Council this, the 16th day of February 2026. Signed, Mayor McLean. And if the engineering team would join me for a picture.
Yes. Good work. It's always fun for me to see how many of them wish to stay for the rest of the meeting. All right, up next is the 2026-27 Sculpture Trail selections, and I know Dane Martin has been waiting all day to come make this presentation, so I'll give the floor to our Public Art Advisory Board.
Hello, Council. For those who don't know me, my name is Dane Martin. I am Chair of the Public Art Advisory Board. I've been on the board. 2026 will be my 5th year. I've been chair since January 2025. So last year we had kind of a takeover in the middle of the sculpture trail, and between me and Heidi, we put it together and we made it special. So this year will be my first full crack at it, where, we're kind of figuring out these operations and kind of putting the vision in place that the board kind of confers on and agrees to. A couple things, we did move the scheduling up a month just to allow more time for Public Works and engineering to assign spots. This is also the first year where we've had more of a say in where the locations go, the Public Art Board, where we give our recommendations based off the feedback that the engineering Public Works people gave us. So we had a little more choice with that. We can go to the next slide. Oh, do I have the clicker? Is this it? Okay. Okay, so some quick facts. I like to, give my board some credit. We've really made it, a priority to get as many new artists and new fields of sculptures to the town of Clayton. I'm proud to say we had a record number of submissions this year. We had 86 in total. You don't want to know how much of a headache it was having to cipher through all those and then get, we had our great public board too, that, board of a few public figures, town representatives who kind of gave us their feedback first. And then us as the board, we took it and we kind of narrowed it down from there. We had about 25 that were kind of in that final grouping. And then us as a board kind of narrowed it down to a top 14 to 16, including our main picks and then also our alternates. 30 plus new artists submitted work. So this is a wide, kind of accumulation of artists from different backgrounds, different styles, including more than 10 different states. So obviously we have a lot of North Carolina artists traditionally, and we still do with this sculpture trail. But we do have some different representatives. I think there's some from Michigan, Missouri. We've had a lot of submissions from South Carolina. So there's a good mix is what I'm trying to say. And this would be the largest sculpture trail we've had, inclusive of the sculptures that we have made permanent, which I'll touch on here. This will be the largest exhibition of sculptures in downtown Clayton. So a lot of representation, which is ultimately our goal, is to, showcase the sculptures as much as we can. More sculptures, the better, in my opinion. So as you guys know, I believe the town purchased Everlasting Arms, which is the bench that's currently on Fayetteville Street side of Town Square. This will be a permanent piece, so it won't be a part of the rotating sculpture trail, but it will remain in Town Square, not at that specific location, but either the other pad there. I believe they might, Public Works might put down a new pad to showcase that piece. We got a lot of good feedback from that, as you guys know, so it has been purchased. So where the Everlasting Arms currently is, it's being replaced by Keyhole Flutter Arch. We thought that this was a great, photo op opportunity, kind of similar color scheme to Everlasting Arms. So I think it kind of fits in that sort of nook of Town Square with the foliage and the mulch and the trees. I think that there's a ton of, with the sculptures, our goal is to get as much engagement and feedback as possible. So we want people to take pictures with these, under these, post them on Facebook, social media, all that sort of stuff. So this one will be coming from Greensboro, and this was one of our taller pieces. So we're excited to get that one in that location. Next up, I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce this. Vita is what I'll go with. It is kind of like an old phonograph type of look, but from the front side, which you guys will see when it goes in, it kind of blooms like a flower in some ways. So we're replacing the one, as you see here, that's on O'Neill and Main with this one. And as I said, as the state representation, this one's coming all the way from Georgia. So we're excited about this one here. As some of you know, Novel Idea, which is a sculpture we put in last year that we got specifically customized for the town based off, some of our local authors, as well as authors that we thought we wanted to highlight through the board and also through working with the library. So this one will be staying, the goal being to, be a part of kind of the library reopening, kind of a good piece to kind of, fill that space and kind of make it all feel intertwined. Art and library, which we've worked hand in hand with a lot of different things, and so there's a lot of crossover there. So it will be staying for another year, and then at the end of this year we'll make some decisions on what we want to do with it. Okay, so in Horn Square, this is the pad on. We've changed some of our labeling just to make it a little easier, and this is why I have a visual aid here. I'm a visual guy. Clearly, I'm on the art board. So the old and new, so you guys can kind of picture what's currently there and then what's going to be there this next year, because sometimes it can be confusing how, Horn Square and, there's 4 there, and so we're trying to label them all. So this will be how we will label them moving forward as well. So this one's on, kind of that far side. It will be replaced by Reluctant Prism, which is actually lights up at night. So we want some, visual representation at night, obviously with people going out. I'm hitting the bars, I'm checking the scene. It's nice to see a little LED, sculpture. And it also will bring some light to that space too, which can sometimes get a little dark at night. So maybe kind of just a little accent that will highlight some of the other sculptures that will be there as well. So this one, where that hand is currently, this is Pollinator. It will be replacing it. It is a little more abstract. It is a kayak with a butterfly on top, and it's made with UV ink. So as the sun, hits it, it will change colors. So it will be kind of ever evolving as the sun hits it. And we've got actually a couple from this artist, and there's a few examples where we will see this within our sculpture trail in different locations. So there is some cohesion there. So we're excited about it. The board liked this one a lot. So I think it's just something different, something pop. And also when you consider, the Neuse River and the trails, and it kind of plays into that sort of theme as well. So that one's coming from Maryland. Next up, the center pad. So this one here is something different than we've ever had. I think it's more of a fine art piece. And like I said earlier, it's coming all the way from Michigan. But I think it's a beautiful centerpiece for Horn Square, and gives us a different taste. And I know a lot of people in Clayton and around appreciate fine art a little more than abstract. So we're trying to play into kind of the different interests of people here locally. So that one will be coming from Michigan, and I think it's a good centerpiece to highlight kind of the space and the farmers market and all the other stuff that's going on in Horn Square. Okay, so this one then, where the current one, this tall one, this mobile that's in Horn Square, we're replacing it with Scorpius. So this one can actually be sat on, and it was pitched to us with children playing on it. So, that's an option. Some photo op moments, like I've mentioned before. And this will just sit in that pad, and it will be right in front of the LED Reluctant Prism that I just showed. So I really like this one. I think it's something different. It catches your eye. You're like, whoa, what is that? And then also the photo component, as well as getting the children involved. And that one's coming from Greensboro. So then we got Tomorrow's Scope. So this will be going in the Front Street Roundabout. This one, 12 by 6 by 6. It's kind of got like a xylophone look with a few different colors. We wanted a pop of color in that space, something that catches the eye and tries to fill it out. Clearly with our old sculpture that was there, that was kind of what we were going for before, but this one is that, but kind of in a different look, different shade, and it brings something a little different and dynamic to that space, and that one's coming from Missouri as well. Then we have low poly hearts. So this one will go at the community center, you know, kind of just feel good factor, kind of a smaller piece, but will kind of play into the tradition here we have of, you know, some metallic look. And this one will be coming from Washington, DC. Okay, then Springbrook will be replaced by Red Passage. This one's coming from Tryon, North Carolina. Tall, dynamic piece, once again, pop of color in that space. Looking for something big, obviously. You know, people get hit that roundabout or going to the doctor's office. Maybe they want to, you know, see something bright, see something to put a smile on their face. So that's what we went with there. Then at West End, we're replacing the, you know, cabinet with the tree branches. This one is one of those UV ink ones I mentioned. So it will kind of change and adapt as the sun hits it. And we think it would be a good piece as people drive in from West End and kind of get introduced to the town. You know, it's 8 feet tall, so it does have a good footprint. And this one's coming from that same artist in Missouri. Okay, so this is a new location. I believe this will be right outside of the auditorium area. I'm not exactly 100% sure where it will fit, but it's somewhere within this corridor here. But this will be Billy and the Strings, which I think kind of plays into the artists, the shows, you know, the auditorium feel of, you know, kind of the Clayton Center. And, you know, something fun for the kids. Like today, like everything's swamped because I'm assuming there's like a dance show. So it's like people could be taking pictures with that as they interact with their families, post-recital. So that's what we were kind of thinking there with this new location. And then this one, which would be right outside of Town Hall here, Lost Signals, which is coming from the same guy in Missouri, but this is a completely different look for him. Looking for a big piece again, kind of what we already have there with a good footprint. And I think it will accent the building really well and kind of blend in with kind of the color palette that's going on. Then, you know, as we have this permanent sculpture, Capital Growth at East Clayton Park, this one will be moved to a different location, which I'll highlight in the next slide, and be replaced by icosahedron, which is from Maryland. This one has the UV ink accessory as well. I think it would play kind of in the park setting, you know, in that roundabout right there, you know, kind of as, you know, we go through summer and the foliage changes and kids are running around, like it kind of plays into that really well. So as you can see here too in the pictures, I believe they have it in some sort of park setting. And then Capital Growth will be moved to the Town of Clayton Operations Center. You guys know more about that than me, but that's where it will go, and that'll be its permanent place for now until, you know, other sculpture trails in the future. And then this one was one of our favorites. This will be going at Clayton Community Park, Big Al's story. So this is you know, an alligator reading a book. And I think it would be, you know, a great accessory to, you know, the park. It doesn't have to be on a pad, so we have some flexibility with where it goes. And I'm pretty sure we're working with Parks and Rec to kind of hammer down that specific location for it. But, you know, super kid friendly, you know, super engaging photo op moments. As you can see, we're going photo op moments. I want photos. I want people showcasing these, you know, sculptures. And then that's it. So that's the trail. Plan ahead installations in March. Heidi has been great in coordinating, kind of getting the de-installs and installs. We will be updating the, you know, interviews with Public Information Office, as well as the brochures that we hand out, which have been a huge success. Every year we kind of update these brochures, and they have a map where all the sculptures are and pictures and information about the artists. So we're excited about that. And final thank you to council. Thank you to Heidi, especially because she's a rock star, as you guys know. And thank you to our public art board. We had a couple new people come in at the beginning of this year as they got thrown into the fire of picking locations. So thank you to them, and thank you to our consistent members who have always been a big piece of our board, as well as Porter, who's been a big piece as well, and Public Works for helping us with the engineering side and coordinating with all of that stuff, because I know it can be a headache. So appreciate all that, and that's me. Thank you, guys.
So outstanding work. But let's talk just a little bit about the new purchase of the bench.
Right.
Because was that not like a public-private partnership with the foundation?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
So can you speak to that a little bit?
I don't know that much about it, truthfully.
Can you help us? Because I want to make sure that foundation gets credit, and acknowledgement. Oh, that's still in the works. Okay.
Okay, well, yeah, that was just the last I heard, the last update on it, that we're keeping it.
No, we're good.
But we will definitely highlight them. We will definitely, in the brochures too, as, if we have that incorporated, the permanent pieces as well, we can do that.
Perfect. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you done?
I'm done.
Okay, cool. I can add some more information to that, but first I wanted to say, I have a few things. When you've done a phenomenal job.
Thank you.
When Sarah, who had been doing it forever, she did a phenomenal job. There were some big shoes to fill, and you and the board have really just taken, we miss Sarah, but the board has really just taken off and had several obstacles and been able to overcome those with, this sculpture trail. And I just want to congratulate you for the effort you've done. And not only that, you got married, and I think there's a couple other things going on.
I got a baby in the work.
And a baby,
It's cooking right now.
Yeah. You must not sleep very much, but congratulations on that.
Thank you, sir.
I want to obviously talk about the sculpture trail and everything else overall. I mean, we lease these sculptures,
Right.
And it's a great way, so the community knows it's a great way for us to publicize art in the community. And it draws people downtown, especially helps the businesses. The businesses praise it. Matter of fact, some of the businesses buy some of the sculptures themselves at times. And with respect to Everlasting Arms, there was a huge community passion for that particular bench. It's a bench that's on Town Square, and people use it as a prayer bench. People use it as a meeting space. And to Jody's point, the mayor's point, there's potentially a public-private partnership with a very special person in the community, and that's currently underway, and we're working on that. So there's going to be more to come on that. And so I just want to again thank you for the phenomenal job you did. And, we have the board itself, and there's the board itself, and then we have stakeholders that help choose these public art pieces, sculpture pieces every year. And so it's a diverse group. It's always rotational. So if anybody in the community is interested in it, we'll probably get overwhelmed now, but we'd love, to have additional input. And, anyway, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Great job. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Up next is going to be the Park and Recreation Advisory Board Annual Report.
Somebody's doing.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council Member. My name is Kwan Yu Chen. I am the current chair of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. With me today is Charles, one of our board member. We do have a third one, or supposed to have a third one today. Unfortunately, she is a little bit under the weather. It's pretty cold. You can understand that. So I'm going to take over her part today. Today, I want to give you a little bit of presentation of our Parks and Recreation in 2025. First is just a general overview of what we do here. Basically, we are the liaison between the Clayton residents and then you all, and also the town department staff. There are 13 of us. We are being nominated and also appointed by you all every year. First of all, thanks to the mayor and council, and congratulations to Todd, our newest Parks and Recreation directors. We have already worked with Todd previously, so it was a really natural transition for us. So thank you very much on that. So as you all know, obviously, you can see you all over there in the picture. The Clayton Community Park has gone through a rather massive renovations, and then it is really impressive. I can see people using those pickleball court even during the cold of the winter. You can see it's a big reception for us all, and also I was also here, not volunteering, but also speculating the senior game. I know it was very much used. A little bit update. I believe the council have received some update in the last quarter, 2025, that Legend Park is in its last phase of the renovation. I believe in coming up in the future, Sarah Burrow and Sage Design is going to present you all with some really interesting idea on how to use this park passively. So definitely looking forward to that. And also, not to be missed, the Sinclair Park has also gone through, I call that renovation because that playground definitely received some much needed love. As you guys can see over here, everyone was, even though that particular day was quite cool, if you all remember, everyone was still carrying a smile on their face. So that goes to show you how much it was appreciated. And then last over here that I will present over here is the new facility. Obviously, council, remember that the town has just recently taken over the ownership of what used to be Clayton Fitness. I believe there's a new name coming to you all, so I'm not going to spoil that surprise. I will let the Parks and Rec director let you all know that. I just want to say that this board is very excited working with our director on finding a new name, and then create a brand new community space for you all and also for all the residents. And now I'm going to hand it over to Charles.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm going to be first talking about a little bit more parks. Future Parks Assessment. So we're working again with Sarah Burrows at the Sage Design. She's done a lot of the work for the Parks Department. But we wanted to talk about, okay, we've got different properties. What can become a park and what should become a park? Or if there's something that maybe we're missing, what should we go potentially purchase to make it a park or a recreation center? Last year, we had a parks tour. It went well. The entire Parks and Recreation Advisory Board team was able to be shuttled around, looked at all the properties. The picture that you see here is Loop Road. So we were shown some preliminary designs, some really cool stuff that will hopefully be coming our way in the maybe not too distant future. But the entire board was really excited to see this information, and hopefully we can get the ball rolling on that. Next thing I want to talk about is the park maintenance and highlights. So one of the things we've been doing at the board meetings is having a different area of the government come and present to us. One of the people that came and met with us was the Park Recreation Maintenance Facility. And we were really just blown away with how much work they're doing. Some of the statistics here were like 610 new plants installed, 895 yards of mulch applied, which I applied 3 yards of mulch and I'm done for the year. So it's just amazing what they do. And they're so professional. They're so on top of everything. And we really appreciate it. The senior games, everyone knows about the senior games. So Town of Clayton hosted the 38th Johnston County Senior Games with our brand new courts coming from the Clayton Community Park. Lot of really good feedback. Very exciting that we even have the opportunity, and we're going to be hosting some state games coming up. And then here's a quote. There's a saying in the senior games world, people do not stop playing because they grow old. They grow old because they stop playing. We really like that. Next, Camp Clayton. Camp Clayton is a really big thing for us. Todd always talks about how Camp Clayton is getting ready to open. It's getting ready to open. Do we need to up the wait list this year? Because it almost immediately fills up. Everyone loves it. It's a great thing over the summer. I've got my son hopefully in a spot there. Yeah, it's just really cool. They really do a lot of mentorship programs, just programming. Yeah, that's really it. And this year, one of the really cool things that Todd was able to present to us was the Town of Clayton's partnership with the National Inclusion Project. So we really wanted to have a more inclusive Camp Clayton area this year. So we had sensory kits. We also had some training that was really beneficial, and Todd always talks about that, to just sort of help with how can we make everyone stay the best. Next, Journey League. So Journey League is an adaptive basketball program for athletes with disabilities. They're meeting just about every Friday night, playing games, doing basketball games. It's really just a fantastic time. Always looking for volunteers. So if anyone's interested, but it's always a great time, and we're always seeing so many positive things that come out of that. That's it for me. That's it for the board. Do you all have any questions?
Questions or comments?
Alrighty, thank you all for your time.
I'm going to make one comment. I was a former advisory board member to your board, and some of these statistics on a night that I was there blew me away. So I'm so glad that you incorporated these statistics, because I don't think people really realize on a daily, day-to-day basis, year to year, what our staff, what the advisory board really does accomplish in a year. And it's staggering. And thank you to our folks that work there. You do a fabulous job. Thank you.
Yes, thank you all.
Yeah, thank you
very much. All right. Excuse me. Up next will be a public hearing 2025-94 CZM, Hebner Rayo Properties, Type 3 Conditional Rezoning, Major Modification.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Mayor, if it's okay with you, I would like to combine the presentation for this item 6A and the next item 6B, which is a contiguous annexation for the same subject area.
I think that would be fine.
Thank you. So before you tonight, Council, is a conditional rezoning for a project number 2025-94 CZM. This is a type 3 conditional rezoning, major modification to an approved conditional rezoning. This request is for subject parcels going from the residential large lot and the conditional commercial zoning district to a unified conditional commercial zoning district. The subject site is approximately 87 acres in size, just situated along Clayton Boulevard, east of Financial Drive and west of Fernwood Drive. Today, the site is undeveloped. Also tonight is the contiguous annexation petition, project number 2025-135 ANX. Like I said, this is a contiguous request. This is also located within the town's ETJ. Right here are two zoning maps. The first at the top is the current zoning map showing that CZC district and also the RLL district on that one parcel to the east. And then on the bottom is a proposed zoning map showing that unified CZC zoning district. As with all type 3 conditional rezonings, this is a concept plan that will be tied to the conditional rezoning if approved tonight. On this concept plan, it depicts commercial uses being allowed in the light pink area and showing multifamily residential in that darker shade pink. You may recognize this concept plan as this was approved last year. The only difference tonight is that there's an additional parcel that's going to be added, or that is added to this request. See if it's going to work. There we go. Shown in that blue right there. So that's really the major change tonight, is adding that one parcel. I will note that the internal connections and connectivity to the site will remain the same. There is going to be one additional exterior off-site access point that will be added to, or not access point, but additional westbound left turn lane into site access C, which is shown right here in this area. And I'll go a little bit more into detail with that in the next couple slides. So just like the previous approval, a revised TIA was conducted for this request and reviewed by NCDOT and town staff consultant, the town's consultant. Like I mentioned, the inclusion of the dual westbound lane was proposed for offsite improvements into this development. Here is a visualization of the offsite improvements. I'll sit here for a moment for you to take a look at that. All right, and in terms of consistency with the town's comprehensive growth plan, this request is consistent with the future land use map designation. On this site, there's a couple of different designations, so I'll kind of go over those really briefly and carefully for you all. So the entire site is between the high density residential shown here in this kind of orange color, and then this third parcel, this newer parcel, is low density. And then shown in that kind of hatched red color is a community mixed use overlay. The applicant has proposed a condition to bring this project into closer agreement or closer agreements with the policy by prohibiting some uses that are not within that community center overlay district. So that brings this project into consistency with town policy. And here is just quickly just showing you that the allowed uses within this area right here would only allow stormwater control measures, landscaping, and some open space. So no residential or commercial uses are being proposed in that area. So there are approximately, I believe, 43 conditions in total being proposed with this request. I won't go through all of those conditions. We have provided you a list of those conditions in your agenda packet. So feel free to look at those if you do want to take a look at those specifically. But I'll go over the conditions that have changed since the previous approval. Either they're new conditions entirely or they have been modified slightly since the previous approval. So that first condition you have on your screen is condition number 12, which I just talked about, which establishes the uses on that parcel. Condition number 33 are just revisions to the TIA offsite improvements. Condition number 38 allows for some flexibility on the number and configuration of landscape strips required within off-street parking lots, provided that the total width of the combined strips equals the total width of the required landscape strips. Condition 39 is a modification to increase the number of maximum number of parking spaces between landscape islands. Today, the UDO requires landscape islands. Once you go over 12 parking spaces, this request would ask for 16 parking spaces before a landscape island is required. And they would still be required to meet some shade-free standards that are also in the same section of the UDO. Next, condition number 40 allows some flexibility on where the streetscape buffer will be. It'll either be where it's required or just adjacent to that area to allow for flexibility with easements and other things that may be prohibiting the application of the streetscape buffer. Condition 41 allows for the placement of plant materials within a landscape island to allow for like a 2-foot overhang or 2-foot vehicle overhang from face of curb or wheel stop. Condition 42 is shown in red because this condition was proposed after this item moved from the planning board. So planning board has not reviewed this condition. But just wanted to highlight that for your reference. This condition would allow some flexibility in the height of light poles within relative distance of residential uses to the south and east. And I believe the applicant may have some additional visual aids for you to kind of take a look at what that may look like. And then the last condition on this screen here is condition number 43, which just talks about the reference of which UDO applies to these zoning conditions, if not stated otherwise. So staff is recommending approval of the conditional rezoning This conditional rezoning is consistent with the 2040 Comprehensive Growth Plan, and staff is also recommending approval of the contiguous annexation petition with an effective date of tonight, February 16th, 2026. Like I mentioned, this item did appear, the conditional rezoning did appear at Planning Board on their December 16th meeting, and they did provide a recommendation of approval. Accompanying this recommendation, they also requested that you all consider addressing residents' concern regarding mosquitoes within the storm retention ponds by installing some fountains in those ponds. And just quickly to note, for everyone's reference and understanding, that this annexation petition did not go before the planning board, as that is not a requirement to do so, as this will be a council action. So quickly, just some considerations. So should this rezoning be approved, the concept plan and associated conditions will be tied with the land. And again, this annexation petition, we are recommending approval with an effective date of tonight, February 16th, 2026. Here are your motion options for the conditional rezoning. And that is my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions before you hear from the applicant.
Questions or comments for staff? Mr. Casey.
Thanks, Robert. I appreciate that presentation. One thing real quick, and I thought we had discussed this maybe previously, and this may be off topic, but we're assuming a 2% annual growth rate for traffic. Okay, I thought we had maybe considered reviewing that. Is that our requirement, or is that a state statute, or is that DOT standard, or what's the?
I may have to defer to maybe some engineering folks, maybe to help with that TIA related question.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the applicant also.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'll table that one then.
Yes, sir.
The other question is the kind of the tweak on the parking lot islands going from like 12 to 16. Is there a kind of a reason behind that? Is there a reason why we had it at 12 versus 16? I could see this being a benefit to the project or to the developer, but just kind of curious what the thought process with 12 versus maybe 16 initially, or.
Sure, I can maybe speak a little bit to why we have that standard. So that standard largely supports our shade tree standard as well, which kind of helps with the heat island, urban heat island effect. So kind of providing some more shade over the asphalt, essentially.
Right. Okay.
So I can have the applicant provide you with the reason why they decided to propose that. But that's largely what that standard is for.
Okay, thank you. So that question, appreciate that. I mean, that makes sense. I didn't know if it had something to do with pervious versus impervious service or not as well. The other thought is, I have a couple questions regarding stormwater ponds. Do we currently have a stormwater pond plan adopted by staff or by the town?
So we are an MS4 community, phase 2 community. So yes, we have a annual stormwater plan that encompasses 6 minimum measures, including education, stormwater, erosion control. One of the elements of that, though, is for long-term maintenance. I think that's probably the one you're most focused on. That essentially we have staff that manage the program to make sure that all the stormwater ponds and other stormwater control measures, SCMs, that are installed in the town get annual inspections and are kept in compliance with the state rules. So that is a federal program that is mandated federally, managed by the state. And so we have annual reporting that we do, and we have a standard plan that documents all the different elements of it for us to be compliant.
Okay, and so our plan just is based on the state side. We don't have anything don't go above and beyond it or anything like that you know of? Okay.
I don't believe so, but there is a model ordinance, model plan, I guess, if you want to call it that, that the state puts out there to comply.
Okay. That's all the questions I have right now. I think the majority of them will be for the developer. Thanks, Robert. Appreciate it, man.
All right. Any others? Thank you, sir. We'll now give the floor to the developer for their presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I appreciate the opportunity to be here again. We have a presentation, which I think most of you have seen probably most of it already. And I'm going to try to speed through some of those things. I understand, Councilmember Underwood, you haven't. So, if we go forward and you have some questions, please speak up and we'll try to address those as we go through this. I'm going to try not to repeat a lot of the things that Robert did so that we can get through this and get to the questions that you may have and hopefully have answers for you. So again, just as a reminder who Casto is, we're a 100-year-old company. We are celebrating 100 years this year. So privately owned and long history, obviously, as I've said, 100 years, but we've got significant amount of commercial space in our portfolio, about 26 million square feet of commercial space that we own or operate for others. And we actually own and operate at least 5,300 or more units residential. So long history, a lot of experience. And I'm not 100 years at Casto, so just make sure that's clear. We operate throughout the kind of southeast, and in our home base is in Ohio and Columbus, so we upper Midwest kind of and southeast. We cover property management, leasing, development, property acquisition. So we go through the whole thing ourselves. We also have a financing wing, which does about, or has done in the past several years, around $2 billion of financing or refinancing annually. So we've got fantastic relationships with financial institutes, fantastic relationships with tenants and others that we've done work with over the years. So yeah, I think we've got a good reputation in the industry. Just quickly kind of buzz through here a couple example projects. One of them is Park West Village in Morrisville, which I think some of you may be familiar with. It's about 100 acres. It's mixed use. It's got about 650,000 square feet of retail and restaurant space anchored by Target. And we got some of the other junior anchors, TJ Maxx, some restaurants. We had a theater there. It's closed, and we're in the process of working through redevelopment options. So we own this property, and we're willing to continue to look at how do you make it better. I mean, this property, we started development in 2010. Nobody ever thought we'd be taking a theater down, but we're doing that because that's what's going to have long-lasting viability to the property. Hartwell Village in Seneca or Coney County, South Carolina, it included a public-private partnership, but again, it became a mixed use where we have, the retail, Petco and Michael's and Marshall's and restaurants, and we have student housing, hotels, a condo, hotel kind of use there too. So, we can fit all these things and pull them together, and I think we, end up with a great product at the end of the day. The Grove at Town Center was a true public-private partnership where we put in the town center for Snellville. Again, as residential, commercial, a city park that we built and it turned over to the city. And then another one, Center Point at Waterside in Sarasota has got medical mixed use restaurants, retail, and so forth. So again, I think I just showing those, you can see kind of some examples of things we've done and the experience in putting together, mixed use or large scale retail projects. And again, just as a reminder real quick, this is here with the red zone, which is the Heavener property, was here in August, was approved. And then we had the opportunity to add in the Mayo property, which is shown in blue. And we brought it back for an amendment, not a separate rezoning, but an amendment to the rezoning to wrap it all in together. We could have come back with a separate rezoning and kept them separated, but we felt like the right thing to do for everybody is to bring it back in as an amendment. So. And both properties, in the ETJ and the annexations up before you tonight. The concept plan, I think, looks very similar to what you saw in August. Obviously, it was Councilman Underwood, you weren't here for it, but it is basically the same. And we have not changed any of the buffer agreements from the August approval, where we agreed to undisturbed buffers basically on the southeast side of the property. the 40-foot buffer and our pursuit of trying to leave that as undisturbed as possible is still there. We've extended that 40-foot buffer around to the adjacent property, around the pond, and up the side where it buffers up against the residential. So we've continued that same approach. And as Robert stated, the SCM3 that's shown on the plan, that's set there for a purpose, for a reason, that was supposed to be, large lot residential, and we're not proposing to put any buildings or any other uses in there that would be, we feel like would be not consistent with having residents on both sides. And so again, you see the buffers here, which is the same as what was there previously. And including the commitments for the shrubs and understory trees were planted, that they're going to be, the prickly variety to kind of help prevent people from trying to cut through. The traffic improvements, everything stayed the same when we went back through DOT and through your outside consultant, with the exception of adding a second left turn lane inbound. So it's a westbound left turn lane into the property, in which of course we widened our entrance to add that inbound receiving lane. But everything else was consistent with that study. The other road improvements included on 70, just as a refresher, includes that Access A, which is by the proposed relocation of the ABC store, is a right in, right out. At the main entrance at Gateway, that's a fully signalized, with the exception that it does not have the through movements north and south, so it's called a cutoff signal. And then at Access C, which we just talked about, that has a signalized leftbound in. We are extending Town Center Boulevard to the property. And we're extending Scholar Drive to the property, and we're doing some minor improvements and cleanup on Financial Drive for striping and repaving and so on. Again, and this just shows you a little bit closer some of those details, with the dark gray showing the new improvements. But it includes a continuous turn lane. We call it continuous, but it's a turn lane across the frontage, which really provides right turn into each access point. We are proposing that's, as part of the project, we have to carry a mixed-use pathway along the right-of-way corridor to the property limits. So we are adding in the idea of continuing the right turn lane from Access C down to the existing right turn lane at Fernwood, to connect those and make that fully connected across the front. It does not mean that people are going to be able to go from Financial Drive all the way straight through to Fernwood, because of the turn lanes and the islands and the medians that are in the way at those other entrances. So just briefly, before we get into this part of it, I'd maybe answer a couple of your questions on the landscaping. Just simply say that what we're trying to do is look at the code and create a better organized parking lot, where we can create wider islands, whether those be, call it your vertical island between, where you can aggregate those, still have the same width, but it creates a better free-flowing parking lot, better place to plant trees for survivability. I think the same thing goes with the 12 to 16. We're still meeting the shade requirements on the asphalt, but it allows us to have a slightly wider island, so the tree has a greater chance of surviving. So the other condition that we added was the lighting. And so what we put together here is a kind of an example. The code right now says that every light pole in the parking lot has to be 25-foot height max. That's not typical for a large kind of parking lots in retail. They're typically at 38 feet. Reason for that is the number of poles, but also the effectiveness of the lighting. And when you start putting in 25-foot poles everywhere, you've got a lot of light sources, and it creates this visibility of light sources and just a number versus the diffusion of light when it's much higher up. And so what we've proposed is that within 100 feet of any residential property, all those poles will stay at the 25-foot level. The first row, the first row would have shields on them. I'm going to put a couple of examples of shields on that. So what that does is effectively directs the light away from the residential property onto our property. That helps diffuse and reduce the amount of light spill that there might be. Beyond the 100 feet, we can increase to 38-foot poles. And again, it reduces the number of light sources. So if you look at a parking lot with lights and you see, everybody's looking up, you see one that's got, light that's 38 foot, you probably don't see it as much, but if it's at 25 foot, it kind of comes into your vision, right? More so. And if you take the magnitude of what this means, going from a 38 to a 25 is about double the number of light poles. So you start in some of these zones, I mean, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of light poles out there. And I don't think that that's really what the intent of the code is trying to get to for a large parking field. So on smaller parking fields, makes sense. We get it. We understand it. That's why we propose a condition. Give 100 feet. That first row will have the shields. It allows that to be a lower poles. And then you get up further away where you're less likely to see that actual light source, and it diffuses. You get better spread of the light. And you don't have all these hot spots that come around these small poles. Again, these are some of the slides I think you've seen before of some of the potential type of tenants we're talking with for out parcels, for inline space, some of the potential anchors, and again, inline space, and some examples of different types of architecture that have been used in some of the multifamily. Again, all this will be consistent with the UDO requirements and what the UDO says we have to do, as well as the aesthetics that we're looking for the project. Again, that brings me back to concept plan, and I'm open to answer questions. I've got our consultants here who can help fill in the gaps where I can't. And if we're getting into technical stuff on stormwater, they're coming up.
We're going to stick to what we're good at, right?
That's right.
All right. Thank you so much for your presentation. You want to go first?
He looks at me like he knows I have a lot of questions. I'm glad to see you don't have your boot on you this time. You have no boot, but I still have questions, unfortunately. And a lot of these questions I ask, I have the assumption of the answer to a certain degree, but you have people in the community that are here, you have people watching. I just want to make sure the bases are covered. So
Absolutely.
You just bear with me, and we'll get through these. But a couple questions I had initially. So obviously, one of the things that was exciting about this was, we've been emphasizing retail in the community, and I understand there was, it was tough to get this first part of this project going. Now it's kind of got going, and you guys are buying more land. So obviously there's some good feedback from, I guess the retail community, I guess, on investing in Clayton. So with that being said, I know you can't name names or anything like that, but I mean, with this acquisition of this additional land, I mean, what are we talking? Are we talking about X number of potential square footage more of retail, residential? I mean, what's that look like?
What we put into the change, the amendment, was we increased the amount of retail. We did not change the amount of residential.
Okay.
And on the concept plan, we did not change the zone where we're talking about multifamily residential. So that hasn't changed at all. So it is more commercial space that we're talking about.
Okay, understood. And a couple other questions with respect to that. So this 40-foot buffer zone, I know you did some renderings, and I'm trying to recall the previous meeting. Is pretty much all of it going to be, is some of it we left undisturbed, or is it going to be all pretty much?
Based on where we are today in our evaluation of this, we think there's going to be predominantly preserved.
Okay.
And trying to preserve as many trees as possible within that zone. So, I'm not ruling out that there still couldn't be some places where we have to do some work in that. But again, we're trying to do everything we can to either A, stay out of it, or B, minimize that disruption.
Okay. And then I have several more questions, but it's kind of the ending of this segment of questions is, so these parking islands, you kind of touched base on those to a certain degree. Is that helping with the density on the site? I mean, there's obviously other reasons than just the tree canopy. I mean, is it helping with the density? which is fine. I'm just curious overall.
No, it's not really changing the density or what we're planning. What it is doing is allowing us to, instead of having interruptions in your parking fields and other things, like with vertical islands that are only, I think they were, was it 9 feet wide? So you think about a 9-foot wide zone to plant it, and then you have to put them periodically. The problem is the trees and the plantings. That's a narrow place for them to try to survive. So what we're asking for is to say, hey, we're going to take that same required width, but we're going to put it into 1 or 2 islands that are wider that allows greater landscaping or survivability of the plants. So it's not, we're not changing the total width that would be required. We're just kind of grouping it.
So it doesn't increase parking spots or make it more flow better or anything?
It just makes it flow better.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think it increases the number, but it certainly makes it flow better.
Okay. I'll take a break if anybody else wants to ask any questions or.
Oh, you're on the roll.
Are you sure? Okay. All right. Well, okay. I do have some questions. I watched the planning board meeting multiple times. I mean, they asked some good questions. I saw some of the community members come up and speak. So just bear with me on this. And I appreciate, the points and the comments they made. So with regard to the stormwater, are the stormwater ponds, are they for what year event? I mean, I know there's multiple year events, and is this the minimum requirement, or just kind of give me a little bit more of a detail? I need to know everything about these stormwater ponds as possible. I need to understand about the flooding situations or concerns and stuff like that. So.
For that, I'm going to bring up Jim Clark with Withers and Ravenel, the civil engineer, and he can answer your questions on that.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Good evening. My name is Jim Clark. I'm with Withers Ravenel, 115 McKeenan Drive in Cary, and civil engineer of record on the project. So what is your specific question about the pond?
Well, I mean, you're the expert. You're, designed, I guess, or have some ideas on these ponds. So I kind of want you to tell me what you know about them. And then I'll have some questions to know too, because I mean, I can ask questions, but they may not be the exact, right. But I did actually reach out to someone that is he used to be an inspector, and he owns his own business that I guess inspects stormwater ponds and stuff. So I'm a little dangerous with some of the questions he asked me to ask. But basically, on the stormwater ponds are built for a certain period flood event. What are these built for?
Yeah, so it varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. But here in Clayton, it's the storm that would occur in like the peak flow for a storm would occur in once every year. That's a 1-year storm. Once every 2 years, that's a 2-year storm. Yeah. So they enforce the 1 year, the 2 year, the 10 year, the 25 year.
So which one are these built to? The 1 year storm?
So for the 1 year storm would be a regular storm that happens once a year. Yeah. So the ponds itself, the pond itself is designed to mimic the existing conditions after the development, in that they match the highest amount of flow that comes out pre-development to post-development for the 1 year, the 2 year, the 10 year, the 25, and it also safely passes the 100-year storm, which is a much larger event. So the pond is designed to those levels, and they have to meet the peak flow that matches the pre-development where all the trees were and everything. It has to meet the maximum peak flow for each of those design storms.
Okay, so it's built for 100-year storms?
It takes the 100-year flow and routes it through the storm with 1 foot of freeboard above it, so that there would be no overtopping in the 100-year storm, which is a very large storm.
Yeah, I was just going to add that those are the town's requirements. The outlet structure that you typically see in the middle of the pond will carry the 1 year, the 2 year, the 10 year, the 25, and to his point, mimic that maximum flow through. The 100-year is over the top of the spillway, and then potentially through the emergency spillway.
Okay.
So those are our requirements. They're also based on the state's minimum design criteria.
Okay, so they are, okay, so 100-year for, and then there's an emergency overfill, I guess, or something.
Well, the 100-year should be over the top of the outlet structure. The emergency spillway is really if the outlet structure gets blocked.
Okay. Okay, again, I'm no stormwater expert, but I just want to make sure, I mean, but it's the minimum requirements to state though, too, basically as well. Okay, and that's our,
Well, and I probably erred earlier when you asked me about if if our program requires anything above and beyond. The short answer to that is yes, because from a volume control perspective, the state program only requires you to detain for the 1-year storm, so mimicking that 1-year event. We actually go all the way up to the 25-year event to be able to limit any downstream flooding from those larger storms. So we are above and beyond what the state minimum is from that regard.
okay. And these are wet ponds too? I guess I heard in the planning board meeting, these are wet ponds.
It's a wet pond. Yeah, it has a permanent pool, a permanent
Is there something
standing
kind of like
pool
a
of water.
littoral shelf stormwater pond too?
Yeah, littoral shelf is basically, you can think of it like the beach. Right?
Yeah.
Like the standing water meets the land of that comes up next to it. That interface is where the littoral shelf is, and that's it has plantings to enhance beauty as well as functions for habitat for creatures.
And will this have that as well, or does it have a littoral shelf? Okay.
Yeah, that's required as part of the state minimum design requirements.
And I guess I noticed they're put, specifically targeted in these areas next to the residential. One of the things that the planning board was emphasizing was some sort of fountain or bubbler system. And it seems like a pretty easy ask considering that these look like they're, larger ponds, but what would it take to do a bubbler system in these ponds, and what would that help prevent?
Yeah, I think the principal question is, would it be effective? Would it be helpful? And what would it take? I mean, you'd run piping and you'd install this thing. You'd have to maintain it over the life of the device. So there's that. But is it effective? It's actually considered to be a little bit detrimental to water quality in that these ponds accept all the water from the parking lots, and it's dirty. It comes in, and the principal way that it cleans the water is it provides a permanent pool to stand in and allow the total solids to settle to the bottom, and that contains most of your nutrients and oils and things that stick to particles, and they settle in the pond. And if you're aerating and churning up the water, there's some resuspension that happens, and in fact, you'd have to prove that you're not resuspending and making the device ineffective by adding something like that.
I'm a little confused. So they don't help with like mosquito mitigation. They don't help with, because I've heard opposite of that. I know there's obviously certain cases. You're the engineer, but I'm a little skeptical with respect to some of the things. I guess it depends on the size of the stormwater ponds and stuff like that as well. Is that correct? They're common out there, and I've the little bit of research I did, it said that they help with certain situations. I'm trying to figure out why in this situation they would not help.
Yeah, if you aerate water, it can help with water quality. If you're like in a treatment facility, like they trickle water across rocks and green, they get it to expose it to oxygen, right? That is true. That can help, but it's not true if it resuspends solids that are supposed to be settling to the bottom of a pond. So it does help in some instances, but not necessarily in a wet pond. And that's why it's not present as something that should be implemented into the ponds in the MDC. In the minimum design criteria manual, they make suggestions on things to include, and that's nowhere to be found in it.
What other methods could mitigate some of the, I guess, insects, mosquitoes, and stuff like that were kind of being brought up by the community then?
I think if you look at the design of a wet pond, it's got a 5 to 9 foot deep pool of water, which is not where mosquitoes want to live. They want to live in shallow water, and the only place where shallow water occurs is on the edge at that littoral shelf, the beach basically, where you're going to have small amount of water. And in fact, that's the only area where there's the habitat that grows that predators to those mosquitoes would live. And so, and in addition to that, I mean, it's so basically it's a huge pond, but there's not a lot of that area that is desirable habitat for a mosquito, only around the perimeter. And then every time it rains, you have water come in and out of the pond and disturbing that area, the portion that's on the surface of the permanent pool. So it gets disturbed every time it rains.
So what type of plantings would you plant on that littoral shelf then?
They have specific plantings that are part of the manual that are chosen. Based on the you can choose them for beauty and for function, for survivability. They're all made to survive with wet feet, so to speak, right on the water edge.
Okay. I wish this was a game show and we could phone a friend. No, I appreciate that. I guess I have some other questions too, just with respect to just some other things regarding, and I guess it's regarding stormwater and runoff. So basically, when this project's being under construction, what are the measures in place? How will runoff be managed during the construction part of the process? And then downstream, what type of monitoring will be done?
So during construction, again, we're required to have an approved plan for erosion and sediment control. That's part of our design plans that goes through review with the staff. They're allowed to comment, we revise, so that includes measures for any disturbed land that would muddy up the water, so to speak. It needs to be captured, detained, allow that sediment to fall out of it to an acceptable level, and then discharged at acceptable flow rates. So with a large project like this, you typically have these, like the 3 pond locations, we would have a large trap, so to speak, that is going to function for that. And we would direct all the dirty water there and allow it to sit long enough to discharge cleaner.
So what type of, do y'all have any monitoring on those as well, or maintenance? 'Cause I've seen some of those in other developments that are around here, and there's been some challenges with those, and I mean, I've gotten pictures and everything else. So.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Monitoring.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, from Councilmember Casey, what we do as far as a monitoring is we hire an outside company, and they have requirements to come and inspect the property at a minimum interval, where there's, if it doesn't rain, they've got a minimum interval to be there. Anytime it rains, like I think it's over 1/10 of an inch or 1/4 of an inch, they have to be out there within 24 hours or so to do an inspection of all the facilities, the silt fence, the temporary basins, all the different components of the erosion control plan, provide a report, which goes to us, our contractor, and everybody, and either A says everything's great, or B, you got some things to fix. Yeah, we don't ever want to be beyond those two. And then we've got a timeline that we've got to get in there and have those fixed. So, and the urgency of fixing those is important to us, because we don't want to be in a situation where everybody else is, because the next step is we're getting fined, we're getting, a variety of things, and we don't want to go there. So that's why we use an outside group that has proven to be very responsive to us and for us, and I know you're used by other people all over the region. So.
No, thank you. I don't really have any. I may have some more questions later, but no, thank you. I mean, I'm excited about the retail. I just want to make sure the due diligence is done on that side. The planning board asked some really good questions. I felt like the answers I'm getting tonight were a little bit different than the answers from the planning board regarding, there was some costs, cost and everything else that was kind of discussed at the planning board that I'm hearing different tonight. So that's why I'm a little, I hate to say skeptical, it's too strong of a word, but just
I appreciate that.
Cautious there.
No, I appreciate that and I understand it, but it also gave us time to go back and research this and get the appropriate answers. If you understand that at the planning board, that was a new thing brought up, and it was not in any of our realm of what we were trying to do, because it's not typical for that to be used as a measure for water quality. And I think, as you heard Jim say, actually, when we went back and did the research, found that it is contrary to water quality. And when you look at what is a stormwater pond there for, it's really two things. It's trying to attenuate the flow from, developed property into the system and provide water quality, right? And I'm not sure which one is the higher priority, right? But when you say it's water quality, then we go back and look at these things and say the best way to do the water quality is to allow the system to operate the way it's supposed to, which is to let those solids settle out.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions right now.
Awesome. Anyone else?
I do. I have a few questions I want to follow up on.
Ms. Williams?
Okay, so Casey asked a question about the ponds. I just want to ask a follow-up on that. And he talked about the mosquitoes and things of that possibility. Do you know of any other known hazards that may be coming out of this consideration for the ponds? Do you know of anything else to be considered that we should?
Be considered a hazard?
That you should know?
Not that I'm aware of, other than, if there was like on a roadway, like anywhere else, if there was some kind of spill of something, that would be something that, the good part is that it's somewhat contained in a pond and you have the opportunity to get in and try to react and control it, so.
Okay. All right. Then we have a question. We talked about the buffers, and we know we had an extensive discussion about that the last time about this information, and you even talked about it tonight, about the 40-foot buffer around it. And we said we continue the same approach that we did last year. This question here comes about saying that are they unnatural? The buffers that you have, is it unnatural?
The buffers that we have are naturally occurring buffers that are going to be maintained as such to the extent possible.
Okay, and then also on that same note, we are trying to also make sure it is known and said that they are meeting the town's requirements. Do you agree with that? The buffers?
Oh, the buffers, yes. They will adhere to the requirements of this rezoning, yeah.
And then I just want to recommend also what you said about the traffic improvement. I heard quite a few items that you added to the traffic, so I just wanted to make sure that was emphasized as well as what you were explaining earlier to us in your conversation on that note.
Okay.
And I think that's the stormwater runoff. Okay, I want to just make sure I address that as well. And want to know that, are we making sure that it is designed properly for the stormwater according to what the town has as well?
Yes, ma'am. It'll be designed to the requirements of the town and the state.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Anderson?
So one thing that came up as and I hadn't thought about it till you talked about how this pond works. So it's designed to let the sediment and the runoff drop to the bottom, and that makes for cleaner, better water quality. So as that runoff happens and it accumulates at the bottom, is there a mechanism that monitors the depth of that pond as it starts to fill up with sediment? And again, I'm talking about something that I'm not familiar with. If it fills up, if there's a drought, if there's not as much water and the bottom's filled up and there's not as much depth, is there a plan to maintain depth by cleaning that bottom out, pulling whatever's on the bottom out, and keeping the depth of that pond like it needs to be?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, there's an operation and maintenance manual that comes with a wet pond. That's a standard way to maintain those devices. And I think someone mentioned that it was inspected once per year to make sure that it's in adherence to the state standards. And part of that is making sure that there's not excessive sediment. And when there is, it's cleaned out.
Okay. Yeah. And that's just an ongoing process for the life of the development.
That's
okay.
correct.
I just hadn't thought about that before until you were describing it.
Let me just add that the operation maintenance agreement for the stormwater ponds is a recorded document against the land.
Okay.
So.
Perfect.
Did have one question. Will soil infiltration testing be required prior to construction drawing approval? I'm assuming that this is the case because there are residential, there's residential around these stormwater ponds.
Soil infiltration testing is not required.
No?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, do you mean specifically for the design of a wet pond? Yeah, the design of a wet pond does not require that. No. What is the concern?
Well, so there are multiple homeowners with wells in the area, and that was the concern. That, you know, whatever is, if anything is escaping from this, that it will be, that this will not be going to them.
Yeah, a wet pond, and the way we Withers Ravenel does design them, there's an optional clay liner. It's a layer that's 1 foot of clay thick that's at the bottom, all the way around the bottom in the embankments. We include that in every pond design that we do. So there won't be things escaping or getting into through the bottom.
All right.
So you said you are going to be adding that to the.
Yeah, that's part of the design. Yep.
Awesome. Any other council members?
Sorry.
Well, I'm just trying to get to the public because they got questions too.
Well, I'm trying to preemptively, hopefully answer some questions or mitigate some concerns, but no, so you said something about the document or something. What does that mean? You said it's going to go with the land or something. Explain that, please.
The operation and maintenance agreement, which outlines what Jim was talking about, the steps and procedures, how many times when it has to be inspected, you know, the annual inspection, what we're supposed to do to maintain it, et cetera. That is recorded at the county, you know, clerk's office. It's in the public record, and it's recorded against the property, right? So it doesn't go away. It means like if it's a constant requirement to be maintained, regardless of who owns the property. Somebody has to be maintaining that.
Okay.
So you have to, yeah, it's, when something's recorded, it kind of puts it on the public record so that everybody knows it's there, and it's got, you know, generally more teeth.
Okay, so it's an enforceable thing that can, okay.
So that's what I was going to say. That actually is the legal instrument that gives us, through our permit and everything, the legal authority to enforce and make sure that they do keep the pond compliant.
Okay.
So that's why it's required to be reported for us.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. A couple more, one quick comment, the clay liner, I mean, that was something that gentleman shared with me as a good practice to help with people that have wells in the area, so I appreciate that being done. With respect to keeping on the stormwater emphasis right now, how often do we require stormwater ponds be inspected by the town?
They're required annually, but they're coming out in their operation and maintenance agreement, their staff or I don't know if you hire a firm to maintain yours, but they have other intermittent inspections they have to do to make sure that it's kept up, so that once a year inspection that's provided should be compliant.
And so how often y'all inspect yours and maintain them?
It depends on the type of facility and what the operation and maintenance agreement says, but I think it's, I want to say generally, and don't hold me to this, but I think it's quarterly, and then there's the annual, so something like that. But we hire, there are several firms in the area that this is what they do. They go in, they monitor, they inspect the ponds, and we use those for, you know, the facilities we have in the area.
Okay, yeah, and he recommended, said quarterly is kind of a common practice. Would you conditionalize that as a quarterly inspection?
I think it's going to be part of the operation maintenance agreement anyway.
So yes.
Yeah, so I mean, it doesn't need to be a condition because it's going to be part of the other documents.
Okay, because I thought you said annually earlier. That's fine.
There is a formal annual inspection, which I think is done by the town of Clayton, or has to be provided to the town of Clayton. Okay, part of the operation maintenance agreement says that we've got to do these other, you know, quarterly inspections, and then we provide those documents to you, I think, on an annual basis.
Okay.
And I don't know, Jonathan or Kenzie, if I've misspoken, please correct me.
No, you are correct. We do those as part of our permit. That's part of the MS4 permit that Rich mentioned earlier.
Okay. Three other questions real quick. So what occurs if these systems exceed capacity during a major event? Like what happens, you know, what's the mitigating on there?
That's a hard question to answer. Okay. And the only reason I say that is because what is exceeding, right? If you go back and you look at what stormwater is, it's an estimate, okay, based upon, you know, a lot of research studies and other things, but I unfortunately kind of, you know, had done this in the past, but as a practice, but I almost kind of view it as a little bit of, you know, Yahtzee. where, you shake it up and you come out and you run these numbers out. No, there's a lot behind it. I'm not saying, not diminishing that in any way, but the factors that you assume in your design, the storm event, the statistical evaluation of how much rain that is, over what period of time it occurs, where's the peak, what's the intensity, what are the assumptions on the soil conditions and the pavement conditions, all those things get brought into it. So you could have a 25-year storm that you're designing to, but you could have a 25, the same amount of rainfall, but it's over a longer period, it's not considered a 25-year storm or something. There's just different ways that these things react. Or a shorter intensity, a lesser storm with a higher intensity over a short period of time can react differently too. So how does it react to a different storm? I don't know how you define what that storm event is, okay? All I can say is that based upon what they've designed to, here's the predictions on how it's going to react. So when we get over a 25-year event, the predictions on how that's going to react is that they're going to end up with 1 foot of space below the top of berm, and the water is going to run through that stormwater control structure. So it is providing some flood control basis.
Okay, no, thank you. Instead of 3 questions, I'm going to cut it down to 1 more, or 2, so 1 more. The annual growth rate on the traffic, why 2%? Because that was the question I asked the staff, so I think it's fair enough for me to ask that for you all.
I was going to survive without a traffic question. Kevin Dean, Kinley Warren, 1070 South Main Street in Holly Springs. 2% is what we found based on our review of historic data and review with DOT. It's the growth rate that we used with the original study. And since this update didn't change study intersections, any other basis of the data that we're performing, the 2% growth rate was maintained in the update. So we've looked at things like NCDOT has a traffic count database system, and it shows the 2% is generally representative over the last 2 to 5 years. So that's what we've looked at. So that was the basis for that.
Okay, if Councilman Sims was still up here, he would probably be giving you a really hard time right now.
Sure.
I'll let you pass on that though, but I think we need to look at 2% otherwise, and maybe see it a little bit more, because 2% doesn't seem to be a realistic matter. And that's all I have. And I apologize for the questions. I think this is I've been here long enough now to know, if you say, unless you have a stormwater presentation with the stormwater ponds, which y'all didn't, of course, you probably would have answered a lot of questions I had, but because you didn't, you're making me ask questions because I'm trying to get the information out of you all that y'all know, y'all have that information knowledge. You may not want to present it, or you may afraid, there might stir the pot, but I'm trying to ask those questions. So I know there were a lot of questions, but there was no presentation with respect to that. And that was something that the planning board brought up quite considerably. So I wanted to make sure I did my due diligence with it.
Look, we appreciate it. We're happy to answer the questions, and appreciate that you're trying to get answers for the public and for yourselves, and that's so you can make the appropriate decision. Lots of times we don't do presentations on stormwater because it defers back to whatever the code requirements are, and that's simply why we typically don't do that.
Understood. Thank you. No more for now.
I've just got one clarifying question. You said you're doing the quarterly reports. The town is coming in and doing the annual report. The quarterly reports are part of the annual report that you're gathering information from. I'm just making sure that we're getting those quarterly reports. We're not getting them quarterly, but we're putting them into the annual report.
We get an annual report package that comes in, and that's part of the permit.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So this has been noted as a public hearing, and now I will open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please step forward and state your name for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening, sir.
Board. My name is John Scarpa. I know you know me, but for the record, 1304 News Ridge Drive, Clayton, North Carolina. First off, I'd like to thank the members of the board for the attention that they've paid to this. It seems like a very complex matter. And I want to give a special thanks to Mr. Porter Casey, because he's picked up the mantle for many of the questions that I had. I am speaking now on behalf of myself, and I think like-minded members of the community. And the first question that I have is one that I want to, if I'm permitted, to direct to Mr. Rich Capola. In the past, when we've had questions of annexations and extraterritorial jurisdiction annexations, I asked the question about whether or not these were revenue neutral or did they draw on the Treasury. This seems like a very large complex. I understand there's going to be a significant amount of retail space, but there's also a pretty significant amount of high-density residential. So the question that I have is, does anybody have an actual answer on whether or not this would be revenue neutral, or is this going to be a drain on the Treasury? Because I represent not only myself as a senior citizen, but there's a lot of us now who live in Clayton, and we're on fixed budgets. So if this is going to cause my taxes and people situated like me to go up, then I'm going to ask the board to take that into consideration in your final decision, because I think it's important to recognize that it's the entire community, not just the developer and that particular area that has a concern with this matter. So, Mr. Capola, can you address that at all?
Yeah, so I appreciate the question, and I think in the last presentation, I believe they shared some numbers of the scale of investment, and I don't want to go off the top of my head, so I may have to ask the applicant to remind us what that is. But effectively, one of the things that we've talked about a lot is trying to balance our tax base. One of the most stressors that we have on it right now is that we are 80% residential and 20% non-residential, which effectively the residential is what puts the strain on all of the services, which increases the costs. In this particular case, the scale of the development that they're doing, as well as the improvements they're putting in from a road perspective that we, the town or DOT, wouldn't have to do in the future, is a benefit to us in the overall tax base. It helps us increase that non-residential percentage. And from an apartment perspective or from a multifamily perspective, I have to look at Mr. Mackay from overall scrolls, but I believe 7 of the top 10, the last time I checked, and maybe it may have changed a little bit now, he's shaking his head yes, but 7 of the top 10 taxpayers in the town of Clayton right now are multifamily apartment dwelling properties. So from a tax generation or a revenue generation, these are the type of developments right now in where they make sense. So in this case, on a high traffic corridor with good access and the ability to maybe improve it even as part of the development, these are the type of developments that we would like to see because it will help overall for the individual residential.
Okay. So bottom line is that you anticipate it would be revenue positive. That's a good thing to hear. The second thing that I'm concerned about, and I think everybody in Clayton, based upon a recent experience with the availability of clean water. So does anybody have any information on what would be the burden on the clean water that is available in Clayton right now with our current treatment plants and all of our water that I'm aware of coming from the Neuse River, which is, I thought, over a million gallons a day that's already being drawn out. And then, of course, as you bring in clean water and you use it, then it goes out into our wastewater system. And so it's a continuous cycle. What is the burden going to be to the community on the amount of clean water that we have, water pressure, and the continued availability? I know that you're all painfully aware of the recent experience we had with a broken pipe. And we had to conserve our water use just for that. With the addition of a development like this, what would be the burden on our water system, both clean water and wastewater?
So there is an item under new business, item 9C, that is related to the wastewater treatment capacity allocation for this development, should the council approve it as part of this public hearing. But effectively, I have to pull up the exact numbers that they're getting, but currently we have 6.1 million gallons per day, and I may ask Joshua to fact check me on this, but we have 6.1 million gallons of total capacity, but that includes, or that has room for future development included in it. The fact that the items on the agenda being recommended for approval tells me that staff has already reviewed and whatever scale of water and wastewater capacity. I'm sure you're familiar with our Sam's Branch project that is underway and will be opening later this year. Okay. This flow will effectively go down to our existing Little Creek facility and then be pumped over to Sam's Branch. Sam's Branch, when it opens up, will be a 6 million gallon per day facility. And we have additional flow that we can send to Raleigh and Johnston County in addition
Okay,
to that.
that's the wastewater. I'm actually a little bit more concerned about the clean water availability.
So that was part of the 6.1 of capacity on the potable water or the finished water we currently own with Johnston County, excuse me. The allocation that they're requesting is included or has been accounted for within the total that we have available currently.
I thank you so much for your answers. And if I may follow up on a question that Ms. Anderson, you broached the subject. I just have one additional question about what your concerns were with the remediation of the pond. Okay, I understand that there is a plan for the remediation of the pond for the contamination when the things that are pollutants settle down to the bottom. I'm a bottom line guy. I just want to know who's paying for that. Is that going to be the town of Clayton?
No.
Or is that the developer? As long as the developer was able to do that, then that's the answer to my concerns, and I appreciate the opportunity. And Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for giving Mr. Porter-Casey the time to ask the questions that he did, because it's important for all of us. Thank you very much.
100%.
How you doing, Mr. Mayor? Thank you, Town Council. I have a couple of questions. My name's Jesse Dayhoff. I live right at the bottom of SCM number 3, that retention pond there. I actually own both of those 2 lots. And then a couple of my neighbors are here that are at the bottom of that pond as well. So the majority of my questions have to do with stormwater management. I'm a North Carolina licensed civil structural engineer. I'm not a water resources engineer, but I know enough to be dangerous and ask some questions. And specifically, since I'm at the bottom of this pond, they're of utmost concern to me. My biggest concern is the downstream conveyance, basically the controlled outlet for that pond. As the storm happens, whether it be a 1, 2, 10, 25-year storm, whatever it is, as that pond fills up and as it has a controlled outlet, my question, and last time I was here, I asked this question because it wasn't clear how it was to be, what the control outlet was supposed to be. And that was answered, and it said, okay, we're going to dump it down at the bottom of that pond, which happens to be either one of my 2 lots. So basically, we're going to take this pond that is responsible for, I don't know how many acres. That's one of my questions, is how many acres this thing is responsible for being responsible for. And with that, where exactly are those controlled outlets? How many of them are there? Are we taking that pond and is it literally going to be dumped into one of my residential lots that I'm going to have to somehow manage as is? Last time I was here, I asked the question, it was, no, it should be good as is, which it should be per regulations. Most stormwater regulations require that no adverse downstream effect be the case. So that's what I'm being told, but I find that hard to believe, that we're going to take a pond that is responsible for, I don't know, 15, 20, 30, 40 acres. I don't know how many acres that thing is responsible for. And whatever its controlled outlet is, whatever rate that happens to be, it's supposed to be just dumped into my lot, and it's supposed to be good. So my request is, I want to know what the design intent is to resolve that downstream outlet, because I want to know that I'm good and I'm not walking into a swampland in my property, whichever one that is. And if it's evenly distributed across the entire back there, then I'm sure my neighbors want to know that as well. That's the first thing that I request, and I really appreciate you, Mr. Casey, for asking all the questions that you have. I really wanted to see some sort of stormwater presentation so that I had some answers to some of this stuff as well. I understand that it's done per code. Great. I do a lot of things per code as an engineer as well, but for this particular thing where you're in the middle of all these residences that are surrounded by this pond, which I will say, of all the things that could have gone in there, I'm actually happy it is the pond. I just want to know that it is being taken care of adequately and that you're not going to turn our adjacent properties into a swamp. The next thing that I wanted to talk about is our biggest concern, well, I shouldn't speak for everybody, but I know a lot of my neighbors have talked about this, is a huge concern for us as a collective is mosquitoes. You're adding a pond and you're dropping it right in the middle of all of our areas there. Oxygenated water is less attractive for mosquitoes. We know this. I realize oxygenated water and that aeration can puff up some of the sediment that goes down in there, but we're concerned about mosquitoes being just plastered all throughout our neighborhood right there. When thinking of the response that was given earlier of, hey, this is going to be a 4 to 9 deep foot pond, so therefore mosquitoes aren't going to be too happy to be in that water. They prefer the shallower water. Well, the thing I thought about immediately upon hearing that is, well, the shallow, stagnant water is going to be happening where you're dumping it all into all those residences out there. That's where all the stagnant water is going to be. Not in the pond itself, where it's all sitting. And currently, there's one culvert that I'm aware of under our road through my property. It's right at the corner of my property, that all the water for that stormwater pond is supposed to make it through there. I want to know that culvert is good as is. Again, I realize it's supposed to be no adverse downstream effects. It's supposed to be mimicking what is actually there. But let me tell you, I've seen some rainstorms in the 5 years that I've been at that property, and it's flooded that thing. It just makes me want to make sure that everything is truly as it should be to get that water from that storm retention pond through my properties under Mulberry Road and all the way to the stream as I believe it is intended to do. I don't know what that looks like exactly. Everything I've heard stops at the pond and its controlled outlet. That controlled outlet, as far as I know, ends in my property. Thank you for letting me voice my opinion and my questions.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Bill Brewer. I live at 744 Lightfoot Drive, which is next to retention pond, the large retention pond there. It was in the original zoning. I too have questions about why they're against putting in the irrigation ponds, not irrigation pond, the irrigations on it, because I understand they're controlling the water. The controlling the water is not the issue. We all know that standing water creates mosquitoes. We already have a little bit of a mosquito problem in the neighborhood now, just because of standing water, just as the gentleman before me spoke about. If you create a holding pond that's going to have even more water there, all you're doing is creating another bed for mosquitoes. So I think the aeration within the ponds is very needed. We also want to have assurance that Lightfoot Drive will not be opened up into this development. We've been told from time to time it would not be. We want to make sure that it's part of the condition that Lightfoot Drive will never be opened up into that development, into that commercial development. And as he spoke a minute ago, if you have large rains, I've seen where he lives, where water was running over Mulberry because the pipe was not big enough for water to get under there to go on down to the creek. With this additional water, what's going to happen when that road washes out? That's my comments.
My name is Andy Pleasant. I live at 925 Mulberry Road, which is toward the other end of the development. And as Jesse was talking about, and just I'm worried about runoff because when the creek goes behind my house, and when it rains quite a bit, and I've sent this video to Ruth and Porter, and my backyard gets flooded because it's a low area in the neighborhood. It's not going to, not going to get up to my house. If it does, we all better be praying hard. But it just leaves a mess in there that I've got to clean up with old wood and all kinds of stuff in there. And I know he talks about that runoff, and the creek behind me is, like I say, it won't take but so much. And that's what concerns me for our end of the street. And I got another neighbor down there. And then, you got another development going to be coming up right near us over there on Shotwell Road, not Shotwell Road, but to Amelia Road over there. And that's going to be some runoff from that. So that's my concern at my end of the street. What can you do to make sure the runoff water is channeled into the right place and that it's not going to be, detrimental to my property down there where I live at the other end of Mulberry Road. So I would appreciate if you could help me out with that. Thank you for what you do.
Anyone else? Okay, no one else wishing to speak. I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the developer for any type of statement to those questions that you would like to make.
I don't think there's a whole lot to add. I mean, as far as we've talked about the stormwater design, the mosquitoes and other issues, and I think those are on the table. I will just say this, that we're happy to meet with. I'm going to give my card over to Mr. Dayhoff so we can sit down and talk with him, and we'll take a look at, how the water's going through his property, that culvert and so on. I mean, if there's some things that we can do to try to help mitigate some of those, either whether they're existing or what's going to happen after the project's in place, we're certainly willing to look at that. So.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Any other questions or comments from council?
Do you have any answers or comments to what Mr. Pleasant said about the creek that runs back behind his house and that and the issue he's got or is worried about having with the runoff?
Yeah, I think like I mentioned earlier, that you're designing to certain storms, the ones that have the highest erosion potential are the ones that are 1-year storms, 2-year storms, smaller ones that happen more frequently. So if you're concerned about erosion, eroding the stream banks coming into your yard, that's, meeting the pre-development, post-development peak flows for those design storms it's going to be true downstream as well. I mean, when you meet it at your property line, it's as if nothing has been developed on the property as far as peak flow is concerned, which would be the one of concern, right? It's the one that would erode. It's the one that would cause the highest staging in a stream. So when we say we're meeting the 1, 2, 10, 25 and safely passing the 100, I mean, that's true at our property line and that's true in the resultant flows in the stream downstream as well. So I would say for that. And then, there are storms that are larger than that, of course they're going to overtop a road or something, if you get back-to-back hurricanes or something, we don't design for things like that. Nobody's requiring that or imagining that you would design for such a thing. So
what to translate for myself. So what you're saying is the ponds are being built to the standards to not to affect those streams and that runoff and that overflow because it's going to be holding it in your ponds. Those are the standards by which you built those retention ponds, detention ponds, whatever the word is for those.
Yeah, I mean, it's determined at the state level what's appropriate, right? What's a good balance of designing to control and to mitigate flooding to a certain extent. And that's like, when you talk about something occurring once every 100 years, it's pretty good.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Casey.
I had a question, and this should be a fairly quick question. So just to be clear, the aerators, bubblers, fountains, or whatever in a stormwater pond are not a state requirement, but just for the record, it would be harmful for to have these in these stormwater ponds.
They would be antithetical to what you're trying to do, which is get the solids to settle.
So that's a yes then?
Yes, they would be harmful to trying to get them to settle.
Okay,
Yeah,
for the
to
record.
get the pond
Okay.
to function.
Okay. Had one other question, but I guess you're lucky because I forgot it.
But I have one.
Sure.
Are there any other mosquito mitigation measures that we could undertake that don't involve aeration? Because I understand the issue with the solids, but I think people are rightfully concerned about mosquitoes. Even though there's a limited breeding ground there, we have a lot of mosquitoes here. So is there anything else that could be done that doesn't involve aeration or, that kind of mitigation?
I don't know. We didn't really look into other opportunities to mitigate mosquitoes, but as far as designing a stormwater pond, short of spraying or doing other things to control them, like I do at my house, when you look at what we're doing and we're building a pond to control flooding, mitigating mosquitoes, there's aspects of the design that already do that. If you had to do something above and beyond that because there was a mosquito problem, I suppose, you would cross that bridge if you come to it. But it wouldn't be part of the stormwater design or the regulation thereof.
So the one thing I will add about the littoral shelf is the plantings that are required from the state's minimum design criteria are all basically breeding grounds for the predators of mosquitoes, so dragonflies. So a lot of the specific plantings that are in the requirements are to bring in things that eat mosquitoes.
Thank you.
Ms. Casey.
And the fauna friend before the meeting actually said the same thing that you said. I mean, he said bubblers work, but littoral shelves, if they're done right and they're maintained and they're inspected, can mitigate because you're inviting those types of animals and insects or whatever to eat the dang mosquitoes. Yeah. So anyway.
Awesome. Anyone else? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'll now turn it over to council for their deliberation and vote.
I can give some comments. I mean, I've spoke a lot. I do have some hesitation, and I think it is because of like I said before, it's there was no presentation on that. Understandably, we don't see a lot of stormwater presentations, right? But I know it's a big concern for the community, and I think if the littoral shelf is done correctly, I think that can help with the bugs. The stormwater runoff and, the creeks and stuff I've seen it enough to where I'm skeptical no matter what anybody told me, to be honest with you, from a developer side. And I'll be happy to show pictures to anybody that asks of previous developments that have come through this community. I am glad that we have a stormwater engineering department up and running to help, hopefully catch these things before they get to the point that they have in the past. It's not an easy project. It's not an easy decision. I do appreciate the clay liner because the research I did shows that does help with well water. And I will say something too. I mean, this community, and we've had communities in the past that have raked us over the coals, called us all sorts of names. I mean, they've just been brutal. This community has been very respectful to this project, to you all. So I hope that and I expect that to be reciprocated for them, because I've seen many a time where they've beat us up. The community has, and I think even if this project if we decide to table it or we want to vote for it tonight, I think you owe them a duty and an obligation to make sure that they're looked after, because again, they've came with class, they've been respectful, and there's still some frustration over there. And I mean, I'm not going to lie, there's still a lot of frustration over there. There's a lot of answers, and that does scare me because if we approve it tonight, I mean, who's going to hold you all accountable to make sure that they're still getting their needs met? So, I mean, that's kind of my comments. I know I didn't really tell you one way or the other, but that's what I have to say about that.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate all the concerns that we've heard on tonight, and I think all those that expressed their concerns, we appreciate you doing so. I do see this project as helping the town balance its residential and commercial tax base. Most of the factors in this application were heard last time, and adding this property, I think, is still a good thing because the entire development there along Clayton Boulevard will be consistent. I believe that with the town and this developer, they will do the right thing and make sure the concerns that you have heard on tonight will come to pass. And I believe that. So that's mine.
Awesome.
I'm going to echo what actually both council members have said. I feel like I have gained confidence in you guys, and you're not going anywhere. You don't typically sell off your projects, you keep them. I know that's no guarantee that you'll do that, because I've heard what friends and citizens have said about this, and I feel like we will come back to you to have a conversation if things aren't done as you've indicated they will be done. And we've done a lot of due diligence in our relationship, and what we see is that in every instance that I've investigated, what you say you're going to do, you do, and you stand behind and correct what turns out to be something nobody anticipated. So I'm going to say that on record, that that's what I anticipate, and that's what my expectation is of you guys coming into our community, and it's why we are excited to be working with you based on the reputation we have discovered you have across the country. So thank you. And we've heard what everybody said, and you've heard it, and we've heard it. So if those concerns come back and aren't realized, I feel like you'll come back to the table and help us solve this.
So I'll still entertain a motion.
Okay. And with that, I am open to going ahead and making a motion consistent with the future land use map. I make a motion to approve the Hebner Mayo Properties conditional rezoning, the associated concept plan, and conditions of approval based on consistency with the adopted 2045 comprehensive growth plan, in that the properties are designated in the future land use map as high-density residential and low-density residential with a community center overlay. Goal LU, I can't read that. Is it LU1?
Mm-hmm.
Preserves Clayton's character while allowing for growth and development in appropriate areas. Policy L3, or I can't read that. LU 1.3, thank you. Clearly I need to get my eyes re-examined. Encourage non-residential land uses in areas consistent with the future land use map. Goal LU3 encourages a range of housing types and lot sizes that will meet the needs of various income levels, family sizes, and ages. This action is reasonable and in the public interest in that the request is compatible with existing zoning and land uses in the area.
A second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. And just for clarification for the record, that does take care of adoption of ordinance 2026-0202 and 0201. Is that correct? That motion takes care of both. That takes care of A. So the second motion will be for the adoption of ordinance 2026-0201, which is the annexation.
I move we accept adoption of ordinance number 2026-02-01.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the adoption of ordinance 2026-0201. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Does council wish to have a 10-minute recess or continue? Okay. Continue. Yep. Okay, so under old business is the Walmart pump station abandonment and gravity sewer extension resolution of tentative award. And I believe Joshua is going to be here to take care of that for us.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Town Council. Joshua Baird, Water Resources Director, filling in Shannon Poole tonight, who's been managing this project. The item before you tonight is a resolution of tentative award for a construction project in the water and sewer utility. General statutes as well as town policy typically requires that formal construction projects, anything over $500,000, come before the governing board for approval. This specific project, we are requesting tonight a tentative award for the construction project due to our funding source. So let me walk you through it. The town currently operates and maintains a pump station in the vicinity of Walmart. It's became known as Walmart Pump Station. The facility has been in the system since about 2002, and it is extremely close to capacity. And the town has been working on a project to extend gravity sewer up to that and abandon it. One, it gets the risky asset out of the system, reduces ongoing maintenance, electricity costs, fuel costs, maintenance costs, and so improves the overall system redundancy by abandoning the pump station, as well as extending gravity to the general area also opens up the area for additional development and being able to accept new flows from the corridor in the area in and around the Walmart area. Several years ago, the state did request for funding support from the state. And on October 24th, we did receive a letter, and the town council has accepted it from the North Carolina Division of Water Infrastructure as an intent to fund. It was a total of $14 million, and that funding was provided through the State and Local Appropriations Act. That $14 million included this project as well as several other critical infrastructure upgrades within the system, and so there is funding in place through DWI for the project, but because it is funded through DWI, Division of Water Infrastructure, must review the bids, and prior to reviewing the bids, they look to see that the local board does have what they refer to as the tentative resolution that is tentatively awarding it to the contractor based on the lowest responsible bidder. So funding is in place. This project was advertised formally on January 6th, and bids were received on February 12th. The town received a total of 9 sealed bids, which was great competition. Sometimes we do struggle to get even just the 3 bids that are required for a formal bid. So having 9 bids was certainly positive to see and to competition. The lowest bidder was Park Construction of North Carolina. The base bid was $1,183,599. The bid did include an alternate for some polymer manholes. That bid amount was $1,399,963. The bids have been reviewed by town staff, the engineer of record, Highfield Engineering, as well as the town's contracts and procurement manager, and all have both determined that Park Construction North Carolina is the most responsible, lowest bidder, and do recommend award to Park Construction of North Carolina. So the tentative award before you tonight, if you do proceed with it, allows staff to initiate the process with DWI to receive the authority to award. Upon review and receiving the authority to award from DWI, staff will bring a formal and final recommendation of award for the contract to you for park construction. So it does authorize staff to move forward with submission of all documents to DWI if you approve of the tentative award tonight. With that, I'm happy to take any questions and would request and recommend approval of Resolution 2026-10. I do want to note that the resolution that was originally provided did have an incorrect number. That resolution has been updated, and the correct resolution that we're seeking approval of tonight includes the base bid number for award of the $1,183,599. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Questions or comments for staff? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to make a motion to accept adoption of Resolution 2026-10, resolution updated to 1626 as stated.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the adoption of Resolution 2026-10. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Up next are budget amendments and capital project ordinances.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Todd Melton, Budget Manager. Also have Robert McKay here for any questions that are that I can't answer. Have a series of ordinances for you folks to consider tonight. 3 budget amendments and 2 capital project ordinances. Clicker here. Get into the budget amendments first. Potential ordinance number 2026-02-03 is realigning funds in the operating budget for fiscal year 26 for the limited obligation bond series 2025 that was approved back in December. These funds will help us. This amendment will help us fund strategic property acquisitions, building improvements, and a new maintenance building for Parks and Rec. Also funds the closing costs for the bond. Next ordinance is 2026-02-04. This is transferring the remaining funds from the 2024 GO bond for Parks and Rec into the general fund to help fund that maintenance building with Parks and Rec. 2026-02-05 will amend the library renovations capital project fund with funds from the limited obligation bond to help fund that project, the library renovation project. 2 capital project ordinances, 2026-02-06 establishes a capital project fund with the proceeds from the limited obligation bond. This will be used for building improvements, newly acquired properties, as well as the Fire Station 1 renovations that we have spoken about in months past. Finally, capital project ordinance 2026-02-07 establishes a capital project fund for our upcoming implementation of our ERP, enterprise resource planning software. This will move funds in there to help us get started on wrap up the RFP and the selection process and get started on the implementation of that project. I think that's it. Yes. Any questions on any of those?
Mr. Casey.
I don't really have a question. Could you mind to go back like 2 slides? I just want to make a general comment. Yes, that one. So I don't know if it's a timing or, I'm sure it's in the works, but, the fire station, we did a formal presentation with respect to that. the newly acquired properties, I understand why we're doing this. I understand why we're doing the capital projects, but we haven't educated the community yet on specifically and formally, and this is not really directed at you more so, I guess, but we haven't educated the community on what those acquisitions were and what their purposes are. So I feel like, approving of this, I just feel like we need to do that sooner than later because now we're approving funds for buildings that we bought that have a purpose for, and we haven't kind of done a formal presentation on those.
So you all will be discussing that at the retreat next week to a certain extent, or you'll be getting an update, I should say. As part of the limited obligation bond process, I think there was a listing in there of all the different properties and what their future uses were intended to be. The majority of the property, not the majority, but several of the properties are being purchased specifically for staffing and growth within the organization, being able to purchase a new warehousing property that we will be losing once Veterans Parkway is expanded by DOT later this decade. The Clayton Fitness building purchase was part of this lob. The Fire Station 1 renovations is part of the staffing quarters and administrative offices updates that need to be done there. But we can certainly go through all of them. We can have a better picture of it. I believe as part of the work that our capital projects team, capital program team is doing, some of this will be available in the transparency module, which you will also be getting to see next week. So that may be easier to articulate or to show the general public as well as you all kind of what the intent is of each of those purchases.
For clarity, the bonds offer that we issued, there was provisions in 4 of the projects for upfit. And that's what this capital project fund is for. There was $500,000 provision for Guy Road. There was a $300,000 provision for Atkinson Street. There was $500,000 for the fitness center. And then we've got the Fire Station 1 renovation was 4.7. So that's where that $7 million funding is coming from. That's all being funded by the lob. The debt we borrowed, it was earmarked in there for those upfit of those buildings. So it's not taking any of the town fund balance to do any of this stuff. It's covered under the debt issuance that we did.
Yeah, I understand. I appreciate that. I know I think the community overall is aware of the fire station, and obviously we had an open house for the fitness center, but I guess the Guy Road property and the Atkinson property are the ones that I'm specifically referring to because it's out there if you look hard, but it's not, officially or formally out there. So anyway, but no, thank y'all. Appreciate the clarification.
Anything else?
Anybody else?
All right. Thank you, Todd.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I mentioned this or not, but staff is obviously recommending the adoption of those 5 ordinances that I named off before. It's 2026-02-03, 2026-02-04, 2026-02-05, 2026-02-06, and 2026-02-07, just for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Make a motion. Make a motion to adopt ordinances 2026-02-03, 2026-02-04, 2026-02-05, 2026-02-06, 2026-02-07.
Second.
Have a motion and a second for adoption of those ordinances stated in the record. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Up next under new business is the approval of a resolution declaring certain real property surplus. Good evening, sir.
It's on now. James Blaylock, Assistant Water Resources Director. I'm here tonight to request approval of one resolution, 2026-07, and its staff is requesting approval to donate surplus real property to Christ Mount Christian Assembly, which is a nonprofit organization located in Black Mountain, North Carolina. in accordance with North Carolina General Statute 160A-280. That statute states, and I apologize, I'm going to read it as it is written so it is clear. A city may donate to another governmental unit within the United States, a sister city, or a nonprofit organization incorporated by the United States, the District of Columbia, or one of the United States, any personal property, including supplies, materials, and equipment that the governing board deems to be surplus, obsolete, or unused. The governing board of the city shall post public notice at least 5 days prior to the adoption of a resolution approving the donation. The resolution shall be adopted prior to making any donation of surplus, obsolete, or unused personal property. This public notice was posted last Monday, February 9th, per the statute. The equipment we are asking to donate are 3 submersible wastewater pumps, 2 variable frequency drives, or VFDs, and 1 control panel that were removed from the Clayton to Raleigh pump station during its upgrade completed last February, actually February 12th, 2025. This equipment has served our town for 10 years. It was removed when the pump station was expanded from 1 million gallons a day to 1.75 million gallons a day, which was part of the Sam's Branch Water Reclamation Program. It's also in line with the Strategic Plan for Sustainable Infrastructure Investment. I got you, Dolores. So our current facilities and any future facilities are not, they can't be used by us. So that's why we're recommending them to be donated to this organization. Now, Christ Mount Christian Assembly is a nonprofit organization, as stated before, in Black Mountain, North Carolina. They sit on over 600 acres of property, which most of it is in the North Carolina Wildlife Conservation Land Program, if you know what that is. They serve as the home for the National Conference Center for the Christian Church. Not only do they host conferences and retreats for families and individuals around that region, they also are home to Camp Lakey Gap, which serves individuals with autism, and the Sunshine Retreat, which serves adults that suffer from intellectual developmental disabilities, just to name a few. As far as their utility, they provide water, sewer, trash, and road maintenance to the center and approximately 90 private homeowners. The entire system and property is maintained by 2 full-time employees as well as volunteers as needed and when available. During Hurricane Helene, they did suffer some damage. They had damage to several water and sewer mains, mostly bridges and roads, and some other facilities were damaged. Repairs to the infrastructure have been completed, but they still are, as most people are in the mountains, working through accessibility issues with their roads. More importantly, by donating this equipment, the town of Clayton will be helping them financially and operationally. It gives them an opportunity to maintain and improve their utility system for their residents and their guests, as well as protecting the environment. So once again, staff recommend that council approve resolution 2026-07 and respectfully request that you authorize staff to proceed with the donation process of this equipment. I thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions or comments for staff?
I don't have a question. I just, as far as I'm concerned, I really appreciate you taking the time to do this research, and I think it's a wonderful idea to be able to help out our neighbors in the mountains who have suffered so much, and it sounds like an amazing facility. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve the adoption of resolution 2026-07.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the adoption of resolution 2026-07. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Up next is an agreement with the NCDOT for locally administered project program funding for Main Street pedestrian improvements, project BL-0125.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm Jonathan Ham with the engineering department, filling in for Shannon Poole, who is managing the project, but she's also managing under the weather tonight. So I'll try and be brief. The item before you tonight is a request from staff to authorize the town manager to execute the NCDOT funding agreement that is in the agenda packet, which will allow the Main Street Pedestrian Improvements Project to move forward in design. The Main Street Pedestrian Improvements Project includes intersection pedestrian improvements along Main Street between Ellington and Smith. Just to note that tonight does not denote a final approval of design or final design elements. So there are still things that are going to change as we move through the design process. The execution allows for detailed project design to move forward and preserves access to the awarded funding, which, just as a reminder, the right-of-way and construction funding was approved for $1.55 million with a 70-30 cost share, which means essentially $1.085 million of DOT funding. And the town's match would only be about, I think it was $485,000. To proceed with the design and development of the plans and agency approvals, we need this executed funding agreement to continue that work through with NCDOT. Just as kind of a background from the input that we've gotten so far, we held our public meeting back on October 22nd. We heard from the community, many stakeholders, about their concerns. And in response to that, staff has refined the project scope to focus exclusively on the pedestrian safety improvements. And we've also initiated a downtown parking utilization study, which should be beginning in March 2026, to provide current parking data and then guide future parking or planning and expansion strategies for parking downtown. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions or comments for staff? Mr. Casey.
Just a real quick question. When do we foresee, if we approve this tonight, I mean, what's the time frame on this coming to fruition, these improvements?
So right now, I think we're at about 25% design. And so we're still going to have several more iterations that come through. Typically, it's 25%, 60%, 90%, and then 100% from a construction drawing standpoint. So we're still, I would say we're good, 6 to 12 months out.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'm happy to make a motion. Can these be combined into one motion?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to make a motion that we approve the contract agreement as well as adopt resolution 2026-06.
Second.
We have a motion for the approval of the contract agreement and the adoption of resolution 2026-06. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign, and motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. And last under new business is the approval of resolution granting wastewater treatment capacity for the Hefner Mayo properties, 2025-094-CZM.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Kinsey Holton with the Engineering Department, here to provide a revised wastewater allocation request for the Hefner Mayo conditional rezoning. This accounts for the additional Mayo tract that they pulled in as part of the revisions. So from the previous approval we provided of 246,450 gallons per day, it's now a total up to 263,350 gallons a day. We've accounted for this in our wastewater allocation through our wastewater treatment capacities with our Water Resources Department. So we're asking for your approval of that allocation.
Awesome. Any questions for staff? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion adoption of the resolution 2026-09.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second? Oh, I didn't hear anybody second.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Can the minutes reflect that Councilwoman Archer did not participate in the discussion or vote of that matter?
Yes.
Consistent with her
Yes.
earlier excusal.
Yes. That's correct. She abstained. Correct. All right. At this time, I'd like to open the floor for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak, please step forward, state your name for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening,
Members
sir.
of the council. You thought you got rid of me. John Scarpa, 1304 News Ridge Drive, Clayton, North Carolina. The only reason why I stayed for this open comment now is because I, for one, remember what today is. Today is President's Day. Today is the day that we set aside to honor two of the greatest men who have ever served our country, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Two greater men I can't think of. And yet, I heard nothing from this council or anybody about these two great men. And I know that not that long ago, we celebrated another great American, Martin Luther King, and we didn't have an absence of comment about that, and he rightly deserves it. But so do these two great men. And so I just wanted to stand here on behalf of myself and my family to say thank you, George Washington. Thank you for preserving our Union. Mr. Lincoln, who gave his life also. And just to remind everybody that we live in this great country with these great freedoms and things that we have because of these three great men. And so thank you for giving me an opportunity to express myself.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, good evening. David Stapp, 465 Rolling Meadows Drive. Just a quick question. Who's responsible for the railroad crossing on 42 East right near US 70? Is it the town, the state, or the railroad company? I mean, there was work done a couple of years ago, but it's been slowly deteriorating. Anybody who goes over that regularly, like I do, since I live over in the Glen Laurel area, you know it's getting worse and worse all the time. I'm just curious who maintains that crossing before we start losing tires, axles, and everything else.
That is solely the property of the North Carolina Railroad.
Of what?
The railroad.
Oops.
100%.
Ooh, okay.
Right.
Right, which means it'll get fixed somewhere in the next 20 years.
If we all live long enough to see it. I just turned 60, that's why I say that.
Thank you. That was just a curiosity question. Thank you.
No, it's good to know. I think it's good for public knowledge. Yes, sir. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, no one else. I'll turn it over to town manager for staff reports.
So a couple things this evening. First of all, I think you heard from every engineer tonight on the night that we were talking about Engineers Week. So I guess we checked every box. If we missed anybody, I apologize. We had a lot of good conversation today with this item about our stormwater program. I think a future work session, it'd probably be good if we can go ahead and just do a little bit of a deeper dive, have the engineering folks come in and give you guys kind of the stormwater 101 of what that program is and how we implement it. It is a great asset to the town in terms of protecting our water quality and our environment overall. And we've got some great folks that work in that program. So I think that will be a good work session topic here in the future. Mr. Casey, if you want to look up orthokinetic flocculation, you can learn all you want about it. It's a thing. I'm serious, but it is the reason that the bubblers and the fountains are somewhat problematic, but we can chat about that offline. Wanted to note on the Walmart pump station project, 9 bids is a very big deal for us because we have not had that much interest in all of our projects at any time. So we've got some other projects coming up. So we're hoping that those same bidders are going to be keeping an eye on them because the pricing that we saw is a refreshing, I will say, compared to what we have seen probably in the recent past with some of the COVID price increases. So hoping that is a trend that maintains for the near term for us. Mr. McKay did correct me, but I think Mr. Scarpa, when you asked, it's actually 8 of the top 10 taxpayers in town are actually apartment users. That being said, there are a lot of things that go into decision-making that this council and others in the past that have had to go through with setting our comprehensive land use plan, our future land use plan. While they are very high taxpayers, there are also service demands that we have to look at, public safety being one, wastewater, water. And so there's a balance to all of this. And so there's a reason we spent a lot of time the last few years looking at our overall planning of all of these different elements, master plans of water and sewer, electric, Parks and Rec even, because all of those services have to be considered when looking at what those benefits, I would say, overall to development are. So just wanted to correct that real quick. Last but not least, for the folks here at the dais, there's a few leave behinds for you for today. One is our monthly financial update. So story there is that the revenues are all tracking with budget, and fingers crossed the economy stays where it is. And there is one item there for you guys that is homework for our retreat, which is next Wednesday and Thursday, the 25th and 26th, here at the Police Department Training Room. If you have any questions about that, we can chat offline, but that is an element of the retreat that we will be needing some help with. I believe Dolores will follow up with you all logistically about getting the information back. So with that, I will turn it back over to the mayor.
Good. Thank you, sir. Town attorney, town clerk.
No report.
And how long would you guess this presentation you're trying to make is going to be? 3 minutes, more than 5 minutes, less than 7?
I would say I can make it as short as you'd like it. I have 4 slides, but then I have a website that I want to show you. So I can make it 5 minutes, maybe. I'll do my
Because I've been
best.
sitting in this chair for 2 hours and 38 minutes without standing.
I voted for a break earlier.
I'm
Nobody
going to
heard
call
me.
for a 15-minute recess. Well, if he'd have said 3 minutes, I'd have been like rolling. All right, I'd like to call our meeting back to order, and the next item on the agenda is the budget office update, it's fiscal year 26, second quarter.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Someone remarked that this was like icing the kicker a few minutes ago. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that terminology if you watch football. So they call a timeout right before the kicker kicks a field goal and they have to go and think about it and come back. And I'm not saying that's what this is, but
I'm like, are you kicking a field goal or what?
I'm about to punt. Just kidding. So quarterly, I come to you all and give you updates about what we've been doing in the budget office. I was going to do this in the first meeting in February, which still would have been a little bit late, but now I'm even later. So we're talking about October through December of last year. Let's have a few slides, and then I have something that we kind of want to launch tonight and go through with you all real quick. Some of the things we did in fiscal year 26 quarter two, not calendar year quarter two, but we applied for the budget award in quarter one. We won the budget award in quarter two, so we're really proud of that. We had our mid-year budget review for, just as a reminder, is when we look at our current year's budget into the fiscal year and look at it for appropriateness to see if we're running into any overspending trends, things of that nature. So we did that in November. Fiscal year 27 budget development kickoff. We did that in December this year, a month earlier than normal. We also launched a performance metrics pilot. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a second. I have some nice little visualizations that we can show you for that. And also we developed a budget and performance website, which we will look at in a little more detail in just a second. As far as the budget development process, we kicked off the budget again. We did our CIP scoring, staff scoring, and started work on the new comprehensive list of fees. All did that in the second quarter. And as for what we expect to do in this current quarter that we're in the middle of now, we're getting ready to hold our budget request meetings in a couple weeks for fiscal year 27. Our initial request period for fiscal year 27 closed on Friday. So we're gathering all those requests, doing some analysis, delivering some data to the executive team for review. Then we'll have our first departmental request meetings, actually the end of next week, I think is our first one. We're hoping to expand the performance metrics pilot that you haven't seen yet, but you will in a second. Launching the budget prioritization survey, which we did 2 weeks ago. We're launching the community education partners, which we talked a little bit about at work session today. Our first meeting is next week for that one. We're really excited about that. We think we're going to do some good stuff there. We're launching a Budget 101 video, which will debut at that first meeting next week, but then we'll put it somewhere on our website where folks can go see it. And we're holding individual department trainings. That's sort of an ongoing sort of thing. Seems like a lot. Okay. So, along with the budget survey that was launched on the 2nd, this website was made live, but we want to kind of talk about it tonight and get it out there and encourage people to go and see it. This is our new budget and performance website. Assuming that's okay. You can also get to, I'll start from the beginning. Let's say you're at Town of Clayton website. You can point to government, and we're all the way on the right over here, budget and performance. So this is brand new communications department. Josh Props specifically and Nathaniel did an awesome job on this. We're really happy with it. We're really hoping that it gets used. Some good stuff in here. So the budget book is here. We've all talked about that. We've seen it, but you can go straight to the budget book here. This is the fiscal year 25-26 budget book. Fiscal year 27 budget book, we're hoping will be available in August of this year. We also, I don't know if you remember back in November, we talked about the budget dashboard. It's a Power BI dashboard created for us by our data manager in IT. This is data, financial data that is updated, I think, twice a day now. Some information about how to use the tabs. We have 5 different tabs here. There's a tab on funds where you can go and see amended budget. Now, if you remember, we adopted a budget of 141.2. This is the amended budget with all the amendments that have been approved by council for this year. So you can sort this by revenue, filter it by revenue or expense. You can also look at prior fiscal years. It will default to expenses in fiscal year 26. We've kind of gone over this before. This is interactive. You can go and click. You want to see just water sewer stuff. You can click water sewer and it kind of grays out everything except water sewer. This is more useful when we get into the departments and things like that. But you see a dotted line here that is equal to, I think it's 63% of the way through the fiscal year as of today. This dotted line sort of shows that amount, and you can see how we've kind of spent up to that. Departmental expenses, again, sort of the same thing. There's a drop down here where you can look at every single department. You can look at, let's see, data and technology, and it'll sort things by major expense categories. We have personnel, we have benefits, we have operating expenses, so on and so forth. And go back to the prior fiscal years on those as well. Same with departmental revenues. IT doesn't have departmental revenues, so that's why it's not showing. If you deselect, it'll show for the whole town. Then we have a couple tabs on personnel. Personnel expenses, this dot kind of shows, 64% of the year, where we are in the fiscal year, and then you can see the remaining amount of personnel expenses budgeted and what we've actually spent so far. Now, this is for the whole town. You can sort this by general fund if you'd like, water, sewer, and you can also filter by departments there as well. Now, these 4 tabs, the prior 4 tabs are updated at least daily. This one's updated about once a week. I update this one manually based on resignations, terminations, retirements, new hires, things like that. So as of, I think this was Friday when I updated this, we have 32 vacancies out of 352 total positions. So we have a 9% vacancy, which is pretty good. Between 5 and 10 is what I've read is pretty normal for municipal government. So anyway, not to spend, sorry, I may have already spent too much of the time on that. You've already seen that one before. So these are the 4 main buttons here. This budget engagement, we kind of launched that today, talking about budget survey. There's a link to take the budget survey, which we certainly recommend everyone do. There's some information about the survey here. Down here, there's a sort of a loose, not loose, but a general budget timeline when we expect to open the survey, close the survey, when our first work session for budget adoption and all that sort of thing. And then there's a button down here that'll take you back to the main budget and performance webpage. So this is our budget. This is our performance data. We kind of launched this back in December. We finally have some data visualizations for the pilot program, the pilot departments. We have 5 departments that are participating in this so far. It is a goal of ours, a strategic goal of ours, to expand this year, to reach out to probably PD, some utility departments, things like that, so we can get some really useful data. So you can click any of these buttons to go see the performance metrics for each of those departments. I'll click into one here, communications, some information about the department, the director, and then some performance metrics. So this is audience reach. This data is provided to us by the departments, so you can go and see all the different ways, and here's a legend down here, Clayton For You videos, total website views, overall social media impressions for the last 12 months. So we'll be updating this monthly, so you can see sort of a rolling 12-month activity for these departments. This one is content creation. This is number of press releases or media advisories issued. Okay? This is all in the ClearGov. This is the ClearGov transparency module that you heard folks talk about a little bit earlier when we were talking about capital projects. When those capital projects are launched, you'll be able to see those right here. This is kind of in the same spot. Anyway, so go back. I'll show you one more. Let's look at fire department. Fire department, as you all probably know, has a lot of data, a lot of performance data. We only chose, four different points to show here. One of these is monthly incident volume and type. So in December, there were 322 total incidents, 111 fire, 178 EMS, 18 rescues, and 11 hazmat responses. So really interesting stuff. These are things that are required in the budget book as a best practice to sort of show how we spend, these departments that we're spending money on, how are they performing? And a lot of these, this is the only one that I have an actual benchmark set for it. So this is turnout time at the 90th percentile, meaning 90% of the at the 90% of the time, what is the average turnout time? So, and this is by month. So we go from January to December, and 90 seconds is the benchmark. That's the goal that they want to hit every month. So you can see most of the time they're below that, but there've been a couple of months where they've been above it. So sort of the next step in the performance metrics project is to help expand it, first of all, to more departments, but also help those departments identify goals and sort of report on goals and show trends over time. And we're hoping to have a yearly report on performance in the budget book every year. Okay. There are some other things on the website, but I won't click through all of, I will click one more thing. Another thing that Josh did for us in the communications department. There's some information here about, you can see the adopted budget ordinance. You can go back and look at prior year ordinance or prior year budget books. I'm sorry. There's an archive page. But I want to show this thing off. The budget in brief, we submitted a budget in brief with the budget book earlier back in June. So you can click that and see that. But this thing here, this is a pretty cool little infographic that we have. This is showing the adopted budget amounts for all the different departments. Just a different way to kind of show you where we're spending the money. So I was really happy with that. Those guys did an awesome job. Anyway, we encourage folks to go and use this, click around, learn something, leave us feedback. There's a budget office at townofclayton.org email. Feel free to use that. And that's basically it. I'm sorry that was more than 5 minutes. I apologize. I thought I had more time now that we came back from break.
It was worth it. This is outstanding. And my time frame of being mayor for the town of Clayton, we've never had anything like this. And we've never had anything that pertains to budget that is so real, in real everyday language that anybody can log on to and click on and see and understand, and very easy to click the button to ask the question. Like, we've never had anything like this. So it's outstanding.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I give communications team a lot of credit. They took all my harebrained ideas and implemented a lot of them. Some of them they didn't, for good reason, I'm sure. But no, they were great. They did a phenomenal job. This is something we've been talking about since day one, since I came. I've been here just over 2 years now, right? Yeah, just over 2 years. So been really rewarding to see it come to fruition.
Well, the other thing I'd like to add to what the mayor said is that the immediacy of your updates makes this extremely pertinent and relevant information. That's the thing. I mean, this all looks great, but if it's old data or this, I mean, whatever it was that you said you updated twice a day, there was one of them. I mean, budget, that's incredible.
Yeah, the budget dashboard is automatically updated twice a day from information from our ERP, in fact. But the other stuff is updated at least monthly. So yeah, it is. It's timely. It's a good good that we have that opportunity.
It's as real time as it gets.
Anybody else?
Any other questions or comments? Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all.
Great job, Josh. I'm gonna give you a lot of credit because you're here.
He deserves a lot of credit. Absolutely. Thank y'all.
Thank y'all too. All right, up next under other business is mayor and council comments. No comments? Okay, I have one quickly. I had the opportunity to go to Pinehurst and join and be a part of and attend the North Carolina Mayor Association meeting this past week in Pinehurst. And the topic of conversation was the tremendous winter weather that all 100 counties in the state of North Carolina experienced. And the horror stories that I heard that took place were just like your worst nightmare. People scheduled to come to work that weren't able to get to work. People who got to work and then they were caught at work. The lack of equipment, the lack of planning, having to call in the National Guard to help on a section of I-85. Just all of this. And when I got back to my room and I started to reflect, I thought how fortunate we are in the town of Clayton, North Carolina, to have the level of commitment, the level of staff, people who own what they do and their job every day, rain, sleet, or snow. And I just want to give out a huge shout out on behalf of every citizen in the town of Clayton for all those good folks who were here for us during both winter storms, but especially this last snowstorm that we had, because it was excellent execution. It was professionally done. And it made me extremely proud, especially when I heard the challenges that other mayors across the state of North Carolina had. So to all of you, we say thank you. All right. And if there's nothing else, then I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session to discuss a legal matter, to discuss real property, and to discuss, well, I think that's it, right? Those two? Yeah, just those two.
So move.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to go into closed session. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. there any further business to come before this board? Hearing no further business to come before this board, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Good night.